Good morning, participants.
Good morning, Salam sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you all?
Sir.
Fine, sir. Fine, sir.
Yeah, good
Fine,
morning.
sir.
Good morning.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum salam. Friends, today I hope you all had good weekend, great weekend.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So today we have with us for the forenoon session Dr. Miss Sushmana Rao, T. Sushmana Rao. She will be discussing the topic understand and appreciate the potential of technology in teaching learning process. She is a e-learning consultant and edutech trainer. She has been training the academicians on how to develop and design learning content, including e-learning modules, user guides, assessments, while adhering to sound instructional design principles. So next to 3 hours, she will be discussing about various technological interventions which can help your teaching learning process. So she will be, I'll verify, I think she is already there, or if not, we'll just wait for her for a couple of minutes.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So if you have, if you want to say something, we can discuss that meanwhile. If anything you want to say or clarify with me, I'm available.
Sir, one doubt, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, we are working in extension center, sir, regarding how the extension proposal preparation and
Extension what?
any topics related to that extension, sir, extension and research.
Okay. Institutional activities. Right.
Extension and research proposal activities. Like that, any classes maybe research, how to
Re-
propose a research for
Research
preparation of
proposal,
research.
definitely have it. Extension, I'll think about it because, yeah, one of the important activities of the institution is besides teaching, research extension is also important. We'll include one session on that.
Three components: education, research, extension. Three components.
Yes.
Institutions. Some or
We'll,
5 to 6 classes may be arranged in research and extension programs.
we'll do that. Sure. We'll have it because still we have, the last week
Hello,
buffer. Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, namaste. Namaskar, sir.
Namaste. I think Sushman Rao is already there. So I'll hand over this session to her. Ma'am, just I have introduced you and also about the topic. So the session is yours.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
A very good morning to you all and a happy new year.
Good
Good morning, madam. Good morning, madam.
Ma'am, happy New Year.
Happy New Year, ma'am. Happy New Year.
Happy new year and happy to be again in Manu's session, sir. Yeah. So as sir told me, Raman sir told me that he already introduced, and I want to get to know all of you actually. You can unmute and talk about yourself and what you have gone through in this workshop, any tools or any knowledge that you have really acquired. I just want to listen from you for the next 5-10 minutes. Is that fine?
Actually, this is an FIP program, so wherein the various aspects of higher education is covered. This is not a typical workshop. It's not a short-term course workshop. It's a FIP program where the various aspects of higher education is discussed. So this is one of the important modules. I mean,
Okay, sir.
out of 10. So anyway, they will discuss with you.
Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I just wanted to listen from any of you. Anybody? Anybody can volunteer? This is one of the biggest challenges and biggest tasks for our virtual learning environment, to motivate learners to speak to teacher. I thought it's pretty easy with the kind of technology we have, and today's topic is also something like that. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Dr. Mudakapa. Okay. Yes. Can anybody speak about it? Like, if you are not comfortable speaking, you can chat. You can type. You can chat. In this program, like how it is going, and then I'm not taking any review as such. I just want to listen from you. That's it. Or you can talk about
any participant just say a few words about the so far what you have learned from this training program.
Good ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Ma'am, like I would like to talk on the tools and techniques and related to technology, like in the previous sessions, like basically like we were like, hello ma'am.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible. Please continue.
Okay, ma'am, how the online, the online this can be taken like the last class, there has been the class on the model apps, and in the previous classes sessions, like related to technology, there were many new lectures,
That the tools were introduced, maybe. Okay, great. I got some feedback in the chat that's saying it's going well. About okay, you learned about Moodle also. That's wonderful. Assessment techniques. That's great. Yes, that's very important aspect in teaching, learning, environment, and psychological aspects. Yes, madam.
Hello.
Yes, madam. Yes, Sheila, madam. You can go ahead. I can listen.
Okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, because especially in this, pandemic, like, from my part, I would like to experience, like, I'm not much, like, well acquainted with the some apps like which we can use for teaching, and also with this platform, like, the MU have given me that platform, and in the previous classes, many such, technology were discussed, like how we can, we get this, also. So it was very helpful, and in the, coming days when. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay, ma'am. Actually, there was only one session on technological aspects was there. That is GRK Murthy from NAM. He was discussing about blending of technologies in teaching.
Okay, great, sir. Great. Thank you very much, and thank you, Sheila, madam, that really tried. I don't want to waste your valuable time. I really respect your time too. And I wanted this session to be more interactive. I want you to participate if I can request that. Okay, I know that somebody said, Dr. Vijay Nirmala madam said, sorry for delay due to poor connection. It doesn't matter. And yeah, I'm just looking at the chat. Okay, fine. It doesn't matter, ma'am. As far as your connectivity supports, please participate. And I just want to remind one thing, that in today's world, in this digital world, we all should have a proper connectivity, not just for our teaching, learning environment, even for our personal development. I quote it as a pro-personal development. We need it. We need a good connectivity. Okay, this is one of our I think, essential requirement these days, what the world is demanding. With that note, I want to start today's session. Yeah, today's session is all about, it's a very big topic actually. Understand and appreciate the potential of technology in teaching and learning process. I know I just have to give an overview of it, but I try to cover very simple aspects of it because I wanted to know exactly like what kind of technological tools that you're already using. Okay, I hope you can see my PPT. I'm audible. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Yes,
You are visible and audible.
Yeah. So understand and appreciate the potential of technology. The potential of technology. Let me be very frank, and kudos to all teachers and facilitators, online facilitators and virtual learning teaching assistants, that in a very short span of time, you all could grab a lot of knowledge. It's a huge cognitive load on your brains. I really respect that, because I think in a span of 2 months, that is 60 days, everybody braced up and then they came up with to continue their sessions online, right? So before we really go ahead and discuss about what this technology has done to us, what are all it really introduced us, I want all of you to go to this link. I will just type in here in the chat box one link. And I think I also should share my entire desktop. Then you can see what I am really doing. Looks like I have to stop my sharing. And then I have to share my entire desktop. Okay, I can use the whiteboard here itself. I think, I don't know whether interactive whiteboard can be enabled in Cisco's WebEx, because I don't use Cisco WebEx. Okay, so I will share this. Yeah, even in your mobile phones, you can come to this place. I pasted a link. I hope you all can access this link. I pasted in the chat box.
got it.
Yeah. I will just stop my video. I think the connectivity will be better so that you won't receive a video. I think you got what I meant. Okay. Even in low bandwidths, you can receive this webinar pretty well if the video content is less. Okay. So in this, I want you to put in your ideas. Let's jam up. Okay. Technology for a teacher or for an educator. I hope you all are a faculty from various colleges in India, various universities in India. So I want you to give me some insights about this. Like, technology helps in what are all aspects. You need not to Google. Like, you can put in all your what I say is all your experiences or expertise that you really helped you in this pandemic period. You already grabbed a lot of knowledge about technology. What you have to do is you just go to this link that I have given to you and click on this press icon and then give your name, or if you don't want to give your name, just be anonymous and then type in, I feel that in this improved communication. So this is what I have given. So you all can post some sticky notes here. Okay. No, sir. I'm not asking about any tool here. No tool, nothing. I'm just asking in general, like what technology can do to us or how it can help us. Then we can really see its potential and analyze about really how it helps us. You're absolutely right, sir. Teaching learning process assessment in all these aspects, it will help. That's correct. But which model generates? Okay, that's fine. Another one is communication, reducing stress. Wow, who is this? Content knowledge. Yes, that's very true. Reaching to students and making learning more interesting in this pandemic. Wow, that's great if you really achieved it, sir or madam. This is blocking my view. Technology helps us to communicate with our students, friends, and family. Yes. Communication is one aspect of it. That's true. If you come to your teaching process, like in your teaching learning environment, how it really helped you. You can take your own examples, how all you used. You not to use any big jargon, big techie words. You just, you can type in like how you really utilized the technology. It helps in making learning teaching very effective. That's where it's very broad terms, effective and efficient by making teaching interactive, interesting, involving maximum senses of learners. Yeah, more comfortable. Okay, that's great to hear from a teacher that it gives you more comfort. Efficient, time and money saving. It really makes sense. Teaching became more interesting by introducing new technologies. More interesting than new technologies, motivating, engaging students to learn, explore more things. Teaching, learning, assessment process makes interesting and interactive. Yes, in research, absolutely. Classroom interaction and online examinations. By using PPT or teaching learning process are becoming more and more effective. Okay. Technology helps us to get world over information related to our topics. Yes. Yes, you're all talking about like how we can communicate and how we can interact. Either it is one-to-one or one-to-many or many-to-many, right? The communication is the key here. The next thing comes is your content. Absolutely, you can keep on writing this, sir. We can have a entire jam at the end. Teaching tools really help to teaching process. Yes, sir. Any of your own experiences that somebody said here, very effective and efficient by making teaching interactive, interesting. So what is that effective and interactive it became? What results that you could get, you could achieve as a teacher? Anybody for that question? How effective it made or any really insightful results that you got? Like I tell you one example where it made technology is accessible. What I meant here accessible is technology should be available to everyone, even if they are specially abled. Okay, so it is available even pre-pandemic, but then post-pandemic, teachers are more towards this accessibility and inclusive teaching. They are aware of more of these technologies. That's what I could really connect here. You know, we can facilitate even to specially abled people, very thoughtful, in a very eventful way, they utilize the technologies. Even them, I'm talking about specially able people. Okay, teaching tools really help to teaching process. We can interact with students 24/7. Oh my God, it's really hats off to your energy levels if you can do that 24/7. Yes, sir. Let's move on to our today's class. Technology helps us to manage time more effectively. Absolutely, Biswajit Saha, sir. It can cross all geographical borders. Yes, social barrier and connect. Absolutely, absolutely. That's what I meant. These are all the aspects that you all know about it already. And then you might have already experienced it. So what are all other things that we can really enhance in our teaching learning process, in everyday teaching learning processes? There are many aspects have been changed. I think you all can see my screen. I have to share this again. So it became like usually how it used to be is like a teacher goes to a class and we teach and they listen. Okay, that is more of like a teacher centric. We plan our course, we our class, that session, and we come and present. But that mode has changed towards passive to active learning, where students are actively engaged, as you all stated there, very effective way, in effective manner, that you can interact with your students, and then you can make them participate in your sessions so that it become more active, and then you can listen from them and then deliver your lecture. Okay, and similarly, that is what it is, a learner-centric approach too, where they can demand and then they can view the lecture. Somebody said that 24/7 we can connect, or 24/7 they can access. That is more important. Our lectures, they can replay and see the content again and again to sharpen their skills, right? And similarly, teacher has become more as a facilitator than simply as a one lecture fits all mode too. Like we became a facilitators too. We understand, as somebody also said, that you understood some psychological aspects of teaching and learning process too. So we understand our learners, especially in virtual learning environment. We'll try to facilitate their learning. We'll try to help them. We'll try to cope them with the kind of learning path they are going, and then whether they are going in a right direction or not. We can decide with the help of technologies. As you said that you also got introduced to learning management systems. That is, I think Moodle got introduced to you. Even in Moodle or any other learning management system, we can define some learning path, and then we can guide them along with the path. So that way a teacher becomes a facilitator. Okay. And then, as I said, it is a self-directed. Learner can choose his own time, her own time and pace the way she or he can learn. And the communication has changed, not just like one-to-many. It became like, it can be one-to-one if teacher really requires or it demands, or one-to-many, like now whatever is happening, or many-to-many. 3-4 panel and to all the students. So it can even happen that way about coming to communication. There are many more aspects to it. There are many more aspects to the technology, how it really changed the dimensions of teaching and learning process. And you all really experienced one way. I see this pandemic as a blessing in disguise, as because it really accelerated the way the educational system is really going. It impacted, and then it made us teachers to brace up and with the kind of technology which is available, and to communicate with our learners even in a toughest situations. I'm not saying that technology is everything. Technology is just a tool for a teacher. Okay, moving forward, how our traditional classroom used to be, like the entire teaching learning. I call it not just a teaching learning environment, I call it as a teaching learning assessment environment. Okay, because usually how a class goes, we teach and students will learn, and then our lecture will be divided into those parts, right? Like we teach, and the kind of task we give, they will learn, and we assess like whatever they have learned. For example, we'll take it this way. We'll do a small lesson plan that I'm explaining about education technological tools, or maybe text tools. So I teach, and then you all will learn, and I give a small task to all of you to come up and read about these, whatever the tasks are given. And then I'll ask everyone to present. That is, I'm talking about face-to-face. I'm not talking here about in a virtual environment. Okay. I will explain some tool, and I'll ask you to generate or work on that tool and present. Okay, coming to the virtual environment, like whatever we are doing now. The teacher can, with the technology, teacher can teach with interactivity, whether it is a synchronous or asynchronous, whether it is a live session or an offline session, whether it is a, whether we are both learner and a teacher at the same time they are interacting, or teacher gives a lecture and then user can access the lecture at her or his own pace and time. Even then, interactivity plays a major role. We can create, with the help of technology, interactive sessions where after a certain period of time, after 5 minutes of your chunking of your video or a lecture or an audio lecture, we can pose a question. We can ask them to post their responses. And then later we can literally see how they responded. And we can give that option to user that if he is going wrong, he can go back and listen or see that entire lecture and come back and answer again. That kind of interactivity is possible. And then being in virtual session, live sessions, synchronous sessions, we like what we did just now is jamming up in a whiteboard, okay, interactive board, where we all together will discuss. And what we did in idea boards is one of those kind of tools. It's a free tool. Anybody can use, anybody can create. That is called idea boards. And there are various other interactive whiteboards available within your conferencing tools, like either WebEx or a Zoom or a Google Meet. I think Google Jamboard is there. There are various options are there. I'll try to explore one or two more also today in today's session. Because I like all of you to participate in this. I want it to be more active than a passive, me just talking, okay? So that is possible in virtual environment. That is the potential of the technology, that where we can increase the interactivity. We can enhance the students' participation, active participation. And then we can give not only individual tasks, we can ask, we can group the students into separate batches. It is possible with the learning management systems. You can, or you can give a choice to students to group themselves, the group they wanted to be in. Okay, that is also possible. Or as a teacher, randomly you can pick up groups, or wantedly you can keep these students in one group, these students in one group, and that way you can chunk them and then give them a task and ask them to upload in a interactive board where others can also read it and rate it. Like we just did in that idea boards that you all talked about, you all can rate also. You all can grade each other's. Okay, we can enable peer rating, and then we can encourage based on that peer rating, based on that discussion, based on that brainstorming has been done in a virtual session. In coming sessions, we can ask each student or collaboratively as a group to come up with a case. After that, those discussions, what is that you can analyze? You present one case. So that way it is possible. It is, I think that technology gave us a really more power to teaching. That's how I see it. As a facilitator, I see it as a we got more, we as facilitators got more power. The technology gave us with simple tools. We need not to really invest with a pocket heavy tools. With us very simple minimalistic tools, we can do all these things. Okay, then we will move forward. But you know something, I don't want to really, I don't know whether you came across this in your previous sessions. Did you come across this word TPAC?
Yes.
Sorry?
Go, madam.
Yes? Hello? Whether you come across this?
Yeah, in the previous class it was discussed, TPAC model was discussed.
Okay, it is discussed, then we will just skip this. See, what I meant here is not only technological knowledge, not only the tools and technologies that we have to learn. You all might have really discussed it pretty well. We should know when to use, how to use. Right? It's not, it's just using a mere technological tools won't enhance your teaching, learning, assessment and environment. Right? Just introducing one learning management system to the class or that strategy may not improve the teaching, learning, assessment in environment. The technology, content, and pedagogy. The relationship of these three should be in place to really achieve that effective. Somebody said it improves the effectiveness of teaching learning process or interactivity. Effective teaching is effective interactive interaction is possible. But then when to use, how really it is necessary at that point of time. The relationship between these is really, really important to understand. Then you can really utilize this technological tools in your teaching learning environment. Well, I don't want to play that video again because you already you have gone through the TPAC model. So coming to technology in teaching, learning, assessment, there are various things we already discussed, like what can happen and how it really dealt with us. If you take each aspect of it in a very nutshell way, we can literally administer not only the courses, but also users. Let me be very frank here. Being a teacher, like your role, I feel that 500 times more now being a virtual teacher. You have to be, first thing is facilitator, as I told you, that we have to really facilitate our learners. Okay? And you have to be a designer. Sometimes you need to give your voice. Sometimes you need to present yourself. You have to create video. Sometimes you have to trim your video or trim your audio or trim your presentations. Not only just designing a presentation, but for virtual environment, designing presentation is a bit different, right? So that way you are a designer, virtual interface designer in a way, and you are an editor. And then you are a voiceover artist. You have to present yourself in a video, and then you have to track your learners, and you have to admit that way you will be managing and administering. And then you have to communicate with your learners. And sometimes you have to communicate even with your peers using that virtual environment itself. You may have a one lounge space where all subject teachers can come together and discuss various topics and various lectures and together co-construct lesson plans or assessment strategies. That way, the communication, either live or offline way in a chat mode, you can communicate not only with your peers, also with your, not only with your learners, but also with your peers. Okay. In administration itself, there are various things that you have to literally, you will be doing. You will be tracking your learners and then progress check. It won't really demand you 24/7 to be there, because thanks to the kind of technology we have, we can track the learners, their progress every day or every week, depending upon the kind of learning outcomes that you decided for your course and the tasks that you have decided and the time you have given for kind of assessments or assignments that you have given in a virtual learning teaching assessment environment. Then you can engage your learners, you can motivate your learners depending upon the need of that particular course or the kind of environment you are in or the kind of learners you have, the kind of subject you are teaching. So in various aspects, this motivation and engaging will change, might change, and it may take in a very, very a beautiful shape, just using the same tool, but depending upon your situation, the learners, the subject, you can change. And then as a evaluator, then you will be conducting lot of assessments, also doing evaluations, also providing your feedback, which is very, very important. And in our usual traditional classroom system, we provide feedback for our maybe a summative assessments, but not in a very elaborate. But thanks to technology, the kind of feedback that we can give really is in a very it's a vast, again, assessment and evaluation is again a vast subject that we can come together and discuss about it. Okay, and I wanted to know, like, how many of you tried Moodle assessments? Like you said, you got introduced to assessments. So if at all assessments are really you exercised, any assessment styles and evaluation process that you really explored with learning management systems previously or in these sessions, FIP sessions? Anybody? Okay, looks like everybody is on mute. Let me go ahead. Are you interested to go on and try any tool, or you just want to listen from me? At least for that, please share your
We would love
inputs.
to go ahead and try it.
Okay, okay. Because depending on that, again, I'll change. I will skip some slides or I'll keep some slides. Okay. So yeah, this way the role of a teacher basically is not only a teacher, a facilitator, administrator, or a manager, or a evaluator, or we can say a designer also, right? So coming to our virtual sessions and then our national SWAM guidelines, and everyone, again, whatever, how much ever we talk about learner engagement, synchronous and asynchronous sessions, one thing is common in all, right? What is that? That is nothing but your content, right? Everyone needs this content. Whether you generate it or you acquire it or you take open educational resources, like I think you already got introduced to OERs, right? So how to take them and how to embed them, that is one aspect of it. But then content. Every time we need that content, whether it's self-generated or on available resources, already available online resources, digital resources that we will be taking in to consideration, whether it is a text, whether it is an image, it is an audio or a video. Coming to text, that what are all the tools that you regularly come across, you use, or any issues that you come across while presenting your content as text? Anybody? You can type, you can chat, or you can talk. I think only one madam is replying. So, or maybe what we will do is, I'll just type in again another whiteboard. Yeah. I shared again a whiteboard here. Usually, what are all the tools that you are using these days and why you are using it? I just talked about text, and before I go there, I want to listen from you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, you got this link, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Rubina. So I want to learn about this, like any tool that you're using, even a WhatsApp, that's fine. If you're using WhatsApp to communicate with your students, or you're using Telegram to communicate with your students, or you have, I think you all are experienced since last 2 days, there is a big buzz going around in social media about these communication tools. And suddenly it made one of the open source tools popular, that is called Signal. And India's topmost open source communication tool right now in App Store, it seems. Okay, Biswajit Saha sir, you didn't write anything, but Google Forms somebody wrote. That's really nice. For Signal also, you are already using Signal, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You're already using Signal
ma'am.
in the sense, since when? Like last 2-3 days?
Yes, madam.
Uh, just this week or already before that? Sorry? Sorry? Just this week or because of this buzz? WhatsApp, downloaded Signal, Google Form. Okay. Google Form for evaluation. Okay, nice. Yes, you can use it as a quiz also. If you are using Google Classroom, and it'll be more beneficial to you too. I mean, altogether. Classroom app for attendance. And WhatsApp and Meet for classes. You know, sir, sometimes attendance you need not to take really whether they attended or not. What is important to us, they attended, but then how actively they participated in the class, that is more important. So for that, you can take help of these kind of interactive whiteboards, isn't it? They can also come and participate. That way you can note down your attendance. And sometimes in learning management systems, like you can have, suddenly you can operate your attendance module and they have to click on that. Then only it marks present. Okay, that is also possible. In Moodle also that option is there. Attendance module is there. Okay, Dmail, Zoom, WebEx, Meet, all. Okay, everybody is thorough with these tools. That's great. Google Meet to facilitate learning, Google Form for attendance. Oh, okay. Evaluation, submission of assignments, WhatsApp for interaction after class. This is very nicely chunked out. That's nice, sir. WhatsApp, CamScan. So you all are using these apps and these technologies. Did you ever feel that tracking the learner is important? Because see, for example, WhatsApp for interaction after class. So the messages keeps coming, right? So to how you have to really scroll up and down to understand which users and what, and which learners and what, and then you will be answering. So isn't it not cumbersome? Because many of you are using WhatsApp. So either it is a Signal or a WhatsApp or a Telegram, whatever the app may be. Yeah, it's tiresome, whatever the app may be. That's where this learning management system comes in handy for all of you. I think yesterday you all discussed yesterday in the sense in last classes that you all got introduced to learning management systems, whether it is a Canvas or a Moodle or a MOOCit or various other platforms are available. So in where the communication is pretty easy with the user. And then tracking is possible, right? So, okay, these are all the tools and technologies. Why I use it, you can give it here. And then you can, the technology tool, you can give it here. But anyway, you all gave in one single go. That's good. So, and here again, one more question I asked in my slide is that when you use text, you use a lot of text, right, in your presentations, or sometimes you want to give some PDFs to your learners. So what are all the modes that you use? Do you use Google Doc or OpenOffice or Microsoft Office, or any problem that you come across? Sometimes you might want to give only 2-3 pages of a big journal PDF. So how do? You just take a simply screenshot and give them, isn't it? But you know, when we do this, sometimes like a screenshot giving, or it's like an image. Okay, maybe for a user, if he wants to copy, or the learner wants to copy and paste, or using a very low bandwidth levels, better than image is a text option, isn't it? So I want to introduce a very nobody said Google Docs here. That's why I want to talk a little about Google Doc here. Is that okay? Say yes or no. Did you explore Google Docs? Did you anybody explored Google Docs, and what are the new features that you really loved it? Anybody? Yes, yes, everybody saying yes. So any new aspect of that Google Docs you recently enjoyed? Explored Google spreadsheet. Okay, great. Even in a spreadsheet, it is possible. So, yeah. Yeah. You all explored Google Docs. I just want to show you, and you also can practice. You can go to your Google Docs. Share my screen. I want to see the chat once. Yeah, can access from various devices. Voice typing, yes. Not much have used Google. So whoever said voice typing, Pilu Chandra Das, can you explain, sir, how to do that voice typing in Google Doc? Arshad Ayub, sir, yes, it is really, it's a collaborative way we can use this Google Docs. But imagine, like recently, the entire Google servers got stuck. And everything got shut down. I was preparing some presentation in Google Slides, and suddenly it stopped working. And I asked like whether my internet connectivity at home is working, because all of us are these days working from home, and everybody said, yeah, it is working fine for me. I'm working, because they're all in their own online tools that they were using. None of them were on Google. I'm using Google Slides, and suddenly it got vanished. It's not accessible. I was wondering what's happening. Then I looked into Twitter, and no posts were there. You can also see I think one of my Twitter posts that I have given with my name, that is Google server is down. So after a while, after 20 minutes or 30 minutes, people started posting about, yes, Google servers were down and we are not able to access it. So imagine a world like that. That is one of the threats that technology can give us, cloud technologies can give us. Anyway, that's very rare sight that might happen. Tools and voice typing, Pilu Chandra Das says yes. Yes, Pilu Chandra Das, I think you really explored it. Google Docs also help us to translate. It's really helpful for people who never used this Google Docs voice typing. I just want to demo it. If Pilu Chandra sir wants to talk, that will be nice. Otherwise, I will explain. He is typing in the chat box. Yeah, there's an option called Tools here. Under Tools, you have a voice typing option. When you click on this is how a button appears here. Okay. And then you have to click here and speak. I'll click here and it is asking me to allow my microphone to take my input. I say allow. Hi, good morning to you all. Next paragraph, but it is typing next paragraph here, right? For this, how do we really communicate with this voice typing tool? How do we do punctuation? Or if I want to select all the text, or if I want to select only particular part of the text, how do I do? Is it possible? Is it really that commanding? Is it really that helpful? Whether voice typing is, this dictation is really helpful for us? Or if I ask this voice typing tool to insert a table, whether it will insert or not. How do we know? There is a good help file. Again, when you stop this red mic icon, click on this, it will stop. And there is a small question mark symbol here, voice typing help. You please click on that. And you have on your right side all these questions and answers which I asked. How we really format the document using voice typing. This is one of the accessibility features. Yes, it also helps us to collaborate with each other. For example, if I want you to be the collaborator of this document, what can I do? I can first publish this document. First, I have to give a name. Okay. First, I will publish this to web and I'll see the content. Yes, sir. These are automatically saved. The Google Docs are automatically saved whenever you have this option. And then when I say share, I can have a security also here. It doesn't mean if I want to share with the entire world and they can edit, it doesn't mean it doesn't work also that way. You can also give it, but you have to. Okay, there is some issue here. As I said, technology can give us nightmares too sometimes. Okay, so I can share this and then you have to define what with this link people can do. They can only view or they can comment or they can edit. Sometimes I can even restrict that only my users, I mean, whenever they want to access this link, I will get a warning, I will get a mail. I can say, yes, okay, please give access, then they will be able to edit it. For example, I gave a commenting option. I copied the link. I say done. A lot of messages in the chat box. Let me see. Ashita sir, voice typing, we need good pronunciation and we need to be as good speaking English as we are in writing. Now, sir, there is an option here, English US or English India also, or even Telugu option, Urdu option. That's whatever the Google can translate in various other languages. That is all possible. That's why it can take my English pretty well. Like the pronunciation, it doesn't matter because even English India you can select. I will search with Telugu now once. Urdu University. See, I got it, right? Telugu. Similarly, you can select your English India or Urdu or any other language for that matter. It is really working well, sir. It is very handy. Yeah, we teachers have lot of I don't know why I don't find your English India. Yeah, I found. Yeah. So we have a lot of work. Sometimes we have a lot of thoughts that we want to express. So we can simply voice type it. Even in your Android device, if you have a Google Apps facility, you have, and of course there are various other apps too. But I feel that that those are more cumbersome. This is much easier to do. Okay. And then what are all the other messages we have? Talk instead of type, can access from various devices. Yes, you can share and lots of storage space. Voice typing. Google Docs also help us to translate. Yes.
Ma'am,
Yes,
ma'am,
yes.
I have a doubt. Ma'am, it will just translate or suppose we say in Urdu, as you said, Telugu, yeah, Urdu University, it will type, the text is in Telugu. तो अगर हम उर्दू में कुछ कहेंगे तो मतलब उर्दू अगर टाइपिंग करनी है तो शुड वी से इट इन इंग्लिश या उर्दू में भी हम कह सकते हैं? आई डिडंट अंडरस्टैंड
उर्दू में बोल सकते हैं. हाँ, ओके. उर्दू में,
ओके,
फॉर
तो इट विल
एग्जांपल,
टाइप. ओके.
in Urdu. See, somebody already accessing it. I can see it. I gave the link, right? So you can type. You can. I just gave a commenter option, I think. Or shall we give? Shall I give? आप भी try कर सकते हैं. Are you doing along with me? Let's try it. See how collaboratively we can work on a single document. Sometimes we really need this, right? So you are asking about how in Urdu it can type. I don't know Urdu, but you please tell me which is the Urdu language here. Which one?
नो मैम, ये तो नहीं है. हाँ, यस मैम, दिस वन. या
Which
सेकंड
one?
सेक्शन. यस, यस मैम. उर्दू भारत.
So I can speak here some Urdu word.
यस, ओके मैम.
क्या है उर्दू? क्या है मुझे पता नहीं. So did it type well?
क्या है उर्दू? क्या है मुझे पता नहीं. यस मैम.
And what I'll do is I'll try to translate this now.
Okay. Translation in English language.
Huh.
Okay.
So actually it should happen in the on the page itself. I don't know why it is going out. It should translate here itself. It will translate here itself. The entire document it is asking. You can translate here, ma'am. You please try. Okay, it is asking whether to create a translated copy of the current document. To which language it is asking, and then we can translate and copy that. But you always can explore this help option given here. There is a help here. You need not really search for anything. Translate a phrase. See, it gave you option, but it should translate this entire document. For example, this one, and we say translate document to English. It should create the translated version of it, but why I don't see here? Yeah, I don't know what is Urdu. Urdu kya hai mujhe pata nahi. That's what I said, right?
Yes, yes,
You
ma'am.
can
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, yeah.
I understand, ma'am. I mean,
Yeah.
we can just type in any language and then we can translate into in any other language, ma'am. We can do both.
Yes, but yeah, yes, but like the translation quality might differ. It may not be that great. You know, again, this is called artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, the technology what we are using here. It all depends upon how we train the machine.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
why that's why Google says that contribute your some strings to translate, right? We contribute. Sometimes I
Yes,
contribute
ma'am.
even a voice
It
also.
is the same like Google Translator, ma'am, because we use the like our student use Google Translator for translation from Urdu, English to Urdu. Lekin, but the quality is not good, but they can understand what does that mean.
Yeah, yeah. So that is the beauty of the technology. Pilu channel has typed something in
Google
his language. हाँ, तो ये क्या है हमको पता नहीं सर. आप भी थोड़ा ट्रांसलेट करके बोल दीजिए.
No, ma'am, I'm translating your paragraph.
Okay. So how you translated and you pasted it here as a comment. Okay. Yeah, this is one example how with your students collaboratively you can come up with a project file sometimes, you know, if you don't have a learning management system and they have a poor connectivity and you just want to communicate as a way of commenting on that document and you want them to, you have given one paragraph and you want them to collaborate and come up with various comments. They can comment it like this, or you can give them an editing option. And remember, like when you give that editing option, when you really choose only those learners to share this file, you can see this way in your right pane, whoever did what changes. Like we do a track changes in our Word document. You can also experience that here in your Google Doc. Shall we just take a 5-minute break? I just want to have some hot water.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, I just need 5 minutes. 11:05, I'm back. Or you want 5 more minutes?
No, ma'am.
11:05.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm back.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good. Can you?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, we are doing a translation thing. Somebody said to show. I think looks like you all practiced. Hello. Am I there? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you audible.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So now we have seen that Google Translate, right? I think is my screen shared. Yeah, now it is shared. Yeah, translation option is also under tools. There is one, and voice typing we have seen, and we can use in various other languages. And I hope this is a good tool which helps you in your day-to-day works and even in your generating your text content types, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So translation is fine, right? Somebody asked how to do it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, good. So similarly, somebody said they explored Google Sheets also. In Google Sheet also sometimes we have to sometimes we have some sheet that we want to convert into other language. A simple Google Translate command you can give and translate it. Shall we see that also once, or shall we proceed to others? Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anybody did with the Google Sheets, the translation? Okay. You all can open one Google Sheet like you did this. You know how a Google Sheet works, right? The moment you open your Google Sheet or a Google Doc, it simply saves. Even if you don't give a name, it's an untitled doc karke, it will save every second whatever you are doing, and everything is again the history will be simply shown here. You can revert back to whatever time that you want. So anyway, now we are seeing the translation version. Like we want to translate, for example, English to Telugu or Urdu. Majority or which language, or Hindi we should say. Hindi. We'll see Hindi, because I think you are from all over India. So for example, I want to say good, or I like online sessions. I want to translate this to Hindi. In Google, in any Excel sheet or a Google sheet, there are we use formulas, right, to calculate something. Here also, to automatically it happen, we have a command called Google Translate. You give that Google Translate, and then automatically it open the braces, and then you select which cell that you want to translate. Okay, this cell I have selected, that's why it said A2, and I say comma, and then in quotes you have to give a source language code. Source language is English, so I give EN. And if you want to know these language codes, Google language codes, you can search online and you will get these 2-letter codes. Okay, then this is the source language. then I say comma, then I say again in quotes the target language. Target language is Hindi, we thought, and then I close this formula and then I come down. And then I want to use this for I don't know how good the translation is all. So if I want to do it in Telugu, the same. I want to convert into various other languages. What I can do is here is equal to Google again translate. I open and this is the cell that I want to do. And source language is English and target language is Telugu. TE, that is, I say enter. I just pull this down here. Naku online session system is the correct translation, but it is sitting. See, 60 or sometimes 30%, sometimes 50% translation is correct in this Google Translate. This artificial intelligence, how it develops is how much ever we teach it, that's how it learns. Okay. Some words, sometimes in voice typing, it may not type because it didn't listen to it, it didn't heard that particular word for many times. So it did not register into that intelligence, that machine's intelligence. So how much ever we are using, we are increasing the power of the machine while using these artificial intelligence tools. This is one example of how artificial intelligence is playing a good role. I'm not talking about in a bigger way. I'm just talking about in our daily routine of our teaching, learning environment, assessment environment, that we come across these small, simple tools that, and we don't realize that such a big technology is involved behind it. Okay, this is one tool that I wanted to share with you all about Google Docs and voice typing and translation option. I hope this is really helpful to all of you. Let's move on. And one more tool that I wanted to share with you all is, I think I'm sharing my screen. Yeah, here we are talking about the text, right? These are the 4 quadrants. Even in our Swayam's guidelines, the approach is also given the 4 quadrants. In all 4 quadrants, we have these all 4. In first quadrant, second quadrant, third also there is, because we have these discussion forums in third quadrant. And the first quadrant is about how you give your lecture delivery, whether it is a content in a video format or a audio format or image format. And the second one is how you give your content and online resources. And the third one is online discussions. And fourth one is assessment. So anywhere, everywhere, these 4 types of content definitely will come. We are discussing about the various tools, tech tools that we can use. And one of them is a very useful tool is Google Cloud editing tools. These are Google Docs that we have seen, and then we have seen that how artificial intelligence plays a role here, how voice typing can help us. Not only help specially abled people, this also helps in our regular daily life. One more very interesting tool is PDF SAM Basic. What it does exactly, it's again a free tool. Okay, pdfsam.org. You all can access it right away. You can download it, and what are all it can do in a free version. You can split your PDF. Every page, or split after certain pages, or split by every n number of pages. Every 10 pages, I want one document. You can make it. You can chunk that. For example, you have a huge research journal around 40 or 50 pages, and you wanted some pages between 25 to 45 or 25 to 35 that you want to share with your learners for some case study. Then you want to, how do you give that particular PDF? You will split it and then you provide that. How do you do that? There are various tools available online right away, but you know why I don't suggest a cloud tool is, whenever you use a cloud tool, you are giving your information you're putting your information into the cloud. At least to some extent, you may ask me that then why we use a Google Doc or a Google spreadsheet? At least to some extent, but that we are secured there to some extent. I'm not saying we are fully secured there, but to some extent, because we have some user account. And then in some cases, many people suggested me various other tools to split these PDFs online. Is literally you are exporting your PDF into the cloud, right? Instead of it, you better have your standalone application on your machine. That is, there are 2-3 options, but in my experience, to my knowledge, this really working better and good. Okay, I'm not asking you to download the premium version of it. There is a pdfsam.org. If you go there, there is a classic version available. You please explore with this. Let's see. Let me just show you how to download this. Please go to pdfsam.org. Yeah. If you go to pdfsam.org, this is what you see, pdfsam basic. Okay. There is a pdfsam enhanced also, but it is pricey. And if you really, your organization and your pocket really supports, you can always go about it. And what are all the features you can read about this? What are all pdfsam enhanced can do, and what pdfsam basic can do? This is about pdfsam basic. If you click on that, you will see what are all you can do is you can merge various PDF files or various pages into one book, or you can split, or you can extract from that PDF. Okay, so all these options can be done with pdfsam basic. And any other tool that you want to utter about this splitting PDFs?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
We can split through window also.
Sorry, sir.
We can split in window also. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. आप बोलिए.
PDF स्प्लिट कर सकते हैं मैम इसमें विंडो से. विंडो 10 में फैसिलिटी है, जब आप प्रिंट के लिए ऑप्शन डालते हैं तो वहां पर क्या होता है कि अगर प्रिंटर नहीं लगा हो तो जितना अमाउंट ऑफ प्रिंट के लिए आप कमांड देंगे उतना अमाउंट PDF सेव हो जाएगा आपके उसमें.
करेक्ट सर. वो जब आप बस PDF के जैसा सेव करो बोले तो प्रिंट से पोस्ट स्क्रिप्ट प्रिंट प्लगइन तो रहना पड़ेगा विंडोज मशीन में, देन आपको वो मिल जाएगा. यस, दैट इज आल्सो वन वेरी इजीएस्ट वे दैट यू कैन डू. Yes, that's really nice, sir. That's really nice. And then that is the way that how we explore simple tools which can help us, right? So it is if so in some machines, if in older machines that PostScript may not support, and then you can use this PDF split, and there are various other options. And then unless you are well versed with the printing options or even in the odd pages or something like that, I really can't do that. But yes, of course, that is a very easiest way to do. And you also you can also try and explore what else that pdfsam basic can do. Okay, this is a pdfsam basic version of it. This is how the window looks like, and then you can save it the way you want, and you can add various pages, and you can combine and make it a PDF. So this is one way, that one tool. As sir said, it is also possible while printing and saving as a PDF, you can give number of pages. Create, split, and merge. Merge also can be done with pdfsam basic. If you want to merge 2-3 PDFs into one document, this you can do if you are not comfortable with your Word and saving as a PDF. And I heard many a times, many people suffer just to make a PDF from your Word document. I have seen that. So unless you know that how to export it as a PDF or your machine supports, it is a very easiest option that your machine supports. If not, then you please go with this pdfsam.org. Coming to your next option, images. The very important aspect when we are trying to procure some images from online is copyright. We have to really respect the copyright. But the image I am using here, why I'm not, I haven't specified any copyright here, is this is a public domain image. they say that it is either released with the same license, or you can attribute, or you can just leave it. I have taken this image from a Pixabay where all the images are public domain. CC0 license, Creative Commons 0 license is applicable there, and they are all public domain images. Not only images, you can have, you also have videos there. The site is called a Pixabay. I'll just show you that also once here. Yeah. For example, if I want to online learning, I want to search for image. Remember, the first line is a paid version of it. I mean, Shutterstock images. Okay, don't leave those images. And then it'll give you how many images it got. Okay, 214 images. And then you can select what type of image you want. Either you want a photograph or a vector or an illustration or simply video that you want. For example, I want to take this. And I want to see what is the license. See, you can click on this and see, you can read about this. In a nutshell, he has given in 2 simple sentences: free for commercial use, no attribution is required. And you can not only download this PNG, you can also download it as a JPEG versions. And when you log in here, you can also download it as a vector image is also possible. For example, because it is only illustration, it is giving as a JPEG. If I want a vector image, this is the vector image that I want to download, and it will give me an option to download even a SVG format as a vector graphic, where I can edit it in any other softwares, open source softwares like a Blender or GIMP. It's called a GIMP or a GIMP. We call it image editing tool. That in that you can edit this entire vector graphic if you download it as a vector graphic. This is a very beautiful option for pictures for teachers. I found it, Pixabay, pixabay.com. I'll share it in the chat box. Yeah, I love PDF. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. When you say I love PDF, we have to upload our PDF there. Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm going back again to Google Docs here. Here are 2 more things that I want to emphasize here is on when you do something in your Google Doc and you want to download it as a PDF, there is an option called PDF option. For example, you want to use it as a EPUB application. Okay, what is a EPUB application? That is what we read our publications online, right? That flipping page is there available. But then you, to host that particular EPUB application, you need that software in that device. You please explore what is this EPUB application. You please have some 10 pages document or a 5 pages document. You please download it using this EPUB application and explore yourself. And one more option, and the PDF, saving as a PDF also, I wanted to tell you, I forgot, that's why I came back. Yeah, coming to the image, yes, somebody said Canva, really nice. PictoChart is also one option, sir, for images. Okay, Canva, yes, to create Canva is, I will demonstrate here, and then I'll go for a pixel art. I've shown Pixabay for images, and here we will see one application called Canva. You can do a wonderful graphic designs here. And then you can download it as a PNGs or a PDFs also if you are a paid version, paid version you have. You have various templates available here for various types of brochures or any kind of filers that you want to create, or infographic that you want to create. Any life cycle that you want to create on your own for your students to distribute. Or if you want to create, if you are a language teacher, you want to create some vocabulary infographic, or you want to create one poem and in an infographic way that you want to create. You need not to sit in front of a PowerPoint and struggle, okay, to neatly arrange your document. You can use Canva and create a wonderful creative options with Canva. And similarly, In a similar fashion, you have one more option called PictoChart. And how these are all really helpful, I will show you whatever the tools I'm showing here in live if possible. If time permits, I will show you in a live class how they are used. Okay, this is one option, PictoChart and Canva. For example, you downloaded one pixelar image. I will, sorry, not pixelar, Pixabay image. I'll keep this down. Oh, polling option. You gave me a host option. Uh-oh. Okay, again I will share. And I want to show you how I can edit that particular document, a particular image online. There are various image editing softwares, but what I am uttering here, what I am talking here is, which are really helpful and handy and easy, which are almost equivalent to your paid versions of your Adobe softwares. I just want to download this image in a smaller version. You can even define while downloading what size of image you are looking for. And then if you want to edit this, there is one online editing tool called PIXLR, pixlr.com. It's almost like your Adobe Photoshop. I feel which is really helpful for teachers. And then you can use a simple editor. Then I say open image. Whatever the downloaded image, I'll take this logo, for example. It's already a PNG. If I want to reduce its size or cut, or you want to crop the image, only this much I want to take. Or if you want to create any color change, or if you want to apply any filters, or if you want to have a text, you can do all that. And then you can save it. When you say save it, it will give you options, whether it is a JPEG, PNG, or any other quality you can select. You can then say download and it will download. You are not installing any software here. You are just not installing any image editing software, any costly image editing software. Neither you are using any open source tool or desktop standalone application you are using. You are simply using your browser to edit your graphic. That is PixLR, pixlr.com. These are the three options that I want to discuss here. And coming to audio, I don't know how many of you deliver audio lectures. Any of you concentrate on audio lectures? They really play a major role. Many researchers also say that audio can also impact the same way as your video. Sometimes you have to give, I think pretty soon we will be having those mandates. Along with your video lectures, you will be giving your transcripts. That is your, whatever you are speaking, that transcript. Along with that, your audio file too. Right? Sometimes you just need to add audio to a video. Then you will record your audio separately and then you will provide that, attach it to a video. You might say that we have good smartphones where we can utilize and produce good audio options. But then when you create that audio, you have to make sure that whether it is any kind of a content, whether it is a text, image or an audio, it should be compatible with all the devices that you will be using. That means the output should be compatible and should be operable, should be openable in all the devices. It should be compatible. So for that matter, you have to use universally accepted file types, not only compatible, but also the kind of compression with a high quality. For audio, normally we use what is the extension? With a good quality and less space and easy to circulate. What is that extension, audio extension that we use? Anybody? Okay, I'll go ahead with that. I'll go ahead with my own answer. That is a MP3 file. So whenever you produce any audio file that you are circulating among your students, you make sure that it is in MP3 so that it's easy to circulate. So that it is all device, almost 99% device compatible. Okay. So I just spoke about these three. And coming to audio, the tool that we normally prescribe is Audacity. It's called audacityteam.org, audacityteam.org. From here, you can download your audio editing tool, and then you can edit, not only record, you can always edit, and you can combine two audios together. Okay. That is Audacity for you. How many of you already used Audacity? Anybody used Audacity already?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, somebody says yes, somebody says no. Okay. Is it is audio editing is helpful for you as teachers? Then I'll demonstrate. Then you can also download.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Please
ma'am.
demonstrate it.
Please demonstrate, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Then I will demonstrate it. I think I already downloaded Audacity app.
Demonstrate it, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm doing it. You can't see my. I have to share this. Audacity.org. From there you will be downloading. I'm sharing my screen only. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Yeah. So I say I downloaded it and I say yes. I am installing it. Yeah, I installed my software, Audacity. So I'm recording and I have to check what is the input that I'll be giving before I record, because why it didn't get recorded is what is the input mic that I'll be using, what are the speakers that I will be using. I have to make sure, unless I select that my microphone and stereo, it won't get recorded. So I'm speaking and it got recorded, right? So now I want to listen to it. So this is the basic editing panel that we have. I think somebody is speaking. Can you mute?
Okay. Ito di habla. Dime, ¿cómo que diga?
Okay, so I want to edit this. So what will I do? I select this part like this and I simply hit delete. Or you can use this cut tool to delete that. If I want to add a background music to whatever I am talking, or if I want to reduce this basic tone or a pitch of it, I will be selecting this tool. Okay, it's an envelope tool where it adjusts the pitch of my tone. So I will select it and adjust it the way I really require it. Whenever you do any kind of a edit, you please come back to your selection tool again here. This is like a capital I. You please select that and then hit spacebar or hit this green button, play button. You will listen to it. If I want to add another track and mix this, so if I have any music track, for example, I want to import some audio. Okay. I don't think I have any audio. There is some third class Telugu option. I'll delete this. See, these two tracks that I want to edit. If you want to expand this, you click on the zoom button, so you will see. And this is only up to few seconds, right? So I will delete the rest also. This I am just demonstrating here. And these two together, I want to mix it. For example, you are talking here and you want some background music to it. Then you add that particular music here and you edit and you also adjust the volume and pitch of it by selecting this envelope tool. I reduce this to very small, very feeble I want. And now I want it to be at this level. I come back to my selection tool. I play. Okay, this I don't have here. I'll delete this empty part and I play here. See, this is how two. For here, I don't have any music here, so I just gave these two audio options. And now, if I want to save it as export as a MP3 file, export as MP3 option is there from file, and then you can save it. Okay, this is one option with how you can basic editing options that you can do in Audacity and how you can mix two tracks and produce one MP3 track. That is also possible. You can record, also you can edit with the Audacity. Okay. This is one tool for audio. The fourth and very important option is video, which is playing a major role these days, right? Every one of us are making for our students various types of videos. And these are very few that I mentioned here, very few types, micro videos. These are really very, very short instructional videos. Okay? And on teaching a very narrow topic, usually they'll be less than a minute or a couple of minutes long. And for today's learners, I think they really need, their attention span is pretty less, very short. So they need these kind of micro videos sometimes about some tool, if at all, we are explaining. I hope you can see my PPT, right? I'm sharing my PPT.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
The next type is tutorial video. What is a tutorial video? Tutorial video is like we are instructing them on any process. For example, in a lab equipment, how to use it or how you do that particular experiment sometimes. Okay, you might use step-by-step instructions how to use. Usually, the duration of this tutorial videos are 2 to 10 minutes long. So various instruction methods we can use. Sometimes how to videos also come under these tutorial videos. So we have to really meticulously plan to give it a professional touch for that particular video. Coming to the other things like a presentation video or we call it a training videos. What are these presentation videos or training videos? These are like to improve some skill in a workplace environment. Like many corporate companies, they deliver various types of presentation videos or training videos. This can, again, depending upon the type of skill that you are providing, depending upon the subject, again, it can be an interactive video. These training videos or presentation videos that we call, it can be interactive videos. In between, we can motivate a learner or engage a learner using various tools. We will see how to develop one interactive video today. We'll do a small hands-on also. I think we have some time, 11:45 now. We still have 1 more hour to go. So definitely we will do that hands-on, how to develop that presentation or training video with interaction in between. Another type is explainer videos. These are again short videos, similar to your micro videos. We call it a couple of minute videos. This explains a simple concept or a product. Either it could be your entertainment way or a visual way. You can take simply one image and you can explain, or with a few lines of text or one animated option you can explain. The simple animations are used in these explainer videos. A larger topic or a product or service that you want to utilize, then you can use this explainer video. Okay, screencast videos. That means you are casting your screen, you are recording your screen. How many of you used any screencast type videos? How many of you recorded your PPTs to present your virtual lectures using any tool? Can you name that tool? Can anyone say that, utter that word? Any tools that you used? Already used. I'm not talking about in these sessions that you came to know some tools. I'm asking about any tools that you used, because these days with the thanks to our technology, the potential that it got, even smart mobiles can help us to record simple explainer videos or presentation videos. Yes, sir. Screen recorders are there. So you are all comfortable with that. Somebody typed screen recorder and I want to see any other option has come. Screen recorder, somebody said, yeah. There are various types of screen recorders, but whatever the tool is, whatever tool we use, the objective of making the video content is not to make a perfect video. Yes, sir. Presentation, Nikita. Yes, presentation tube recorder. Yes, madam, a presentation tube recorder. But what is the output? Is it supporting MP4? Is it easily compatible? And the size? These are all the options that you have to keep in mind while doing that. Yes, it is a free one. I do agree. I think these days he's asking you to keep presentation tube recorders only online. Before it was a standalone offline application. If I'm not wrong, please correct me. Nowadays he is asking to keep it on the cloud itself, right? Anyway, let's move ahead. We will explore. So we are not, the objective of that making that video is not being a very professional and a perfect video. But as an educator, the video, to educate learners we are providing. We are to educate our students about a topic. a concept, how well they can receive it, how well they can understand it, how well we can present it so that they can understand it. That should be the motto, not like how many animations we used and what kind of tool we used, or how many title types that we used, what is the background effect that we used. It doesn't matter. Okay, the objective should be that how the content is presented to our learners, a focused group, whether they are able to understand it or not. Whether are we presenting it, that video, the objective should be that, to make them understand certain concepts. So while making these videos, okay, while making any kind of educational videos, and also remember that, as I just uttered, like it's not how fancy or how costly equipment we use. Sometimes a simple mobile phone can give you a professional and a very learnable video that we can create with a simple tool and a simple devices. That's what I am trying to say here. And while creating any kind of a video, whether it is an explainer video, whether it is a tutorial video, a short video, or a micro learning video, you have to make sure that you are talking to the camera, but that camera itself is your learners. You have to make your presentation, you have to prepare your presentation in such a way that that video should be that what are the questions, expected questions about that concept, usually in a class, or if you present it in a face-to-face manner, like what exactly kind of thinking levels and the questions that might arise. Answers to those questions should be in your video. You have to make sure that. You have to start your video with a attention grabbing technique. We call it in our instructional design theory, attention grabbing techniques can use scenarios also. Real-time scenario also you can give, or real-time case study you can give sometimes to explain some concepts. Okay, and while explaining this, you have to be very clear and with a proper analogy, and the examples also you should be giving. And then you have to practice well in advance to calculate how much time it takes and how much time exactly you are going to record that and present it, and what your institutional LMS is supporting, what kind of output that you have to generate out of that tool that you are doing, and whether the output of video that you produced, whether it is compatible or not. What is compatibility? Compatibility is nothing but whether it is accessible through 99%, 90% of all devices or not. And these days, many of our learners are using mobile phones. You have to make note of this point. They are using mobile phones. So whatever the content that we are designing, okay, we have to make sure that the visibility of that particular content type or that video should be good fit in that mobile screen. Okay, and least but not the least, while recording, you have to make sure how good your posture is and the ambience, the light, the clean desktop that you have, because sometimes while doing screen recordings, you will be coming back to your desktops to show them where you place that particular file or how you are doing it, or your downloads folder that you will be going. This is I'm talking when you are recording your desktop with a screencasting software. Okay, you have to have a clean desktop. Not only for that, actually a clean desktop always makes you your work much easier. Okay? And then you have to sit in a very calm and neat and a quiet environment. That is very, very important. So you have to plan well ahead. You have to prepare yourself. You have to practice, and then you produce. Plan, prepare, practice, and then you produce your videos. What is clean, learner-friendly and visually appealing resources? How to create them? Even a simple presentation need not to be a big animated softwares you have to use, or a big tools you have to use. Very less cluttery, very uncluttered layout it should be. Okay, And readable typeface, what does it mean? What is a typeface? Typeface is nothing but a font. Screen readable typeface, what does it mean? Sometimes I said, I think in the very beginning, specially abled people use screen recorders. At that time, sans serif fonts are better to use. Yeah, because screen readers easily read those fonts. These Comic Sans or very funny fonts, they're not good. They're really disturbing. Somebody typed some message in the chat box. Before that, let me go to chat. Why I can't see my chat? Yeah. Okay, no problem. No problem, sir. That happens for the disturbance. Excuse me too. Okay, and again, avoid words in all caps. In many presentations, we see that all caps headings. Is it because you think that that is an important one, that's why you want to give all caps? Please make sure and listen and understand that some design theories, you don't have to really go deep into it, but you have to understand sometimes all caps means you are angry, you know, and sometimes a red color. They want to emphasize that particular word, that's why they use a red color. But again, a balance should be there here. We have to use simple colors and easily available RGB colors for screen readability, and also for specially abled people to address them, because there are certain colors that they can read. So one of them could be one of the tones of the red, but pure red, sometimes it is disturbing. When you know that your audience are not specially able, then definitely you can select a very screen friendly colors. What I can say is simple, best way to go is use black and white. Okay, that's the best. And about bullets and highlighted series of items also, you please follow some consistency for the color and the highlights on the kind of headings also. And don't give more than 100 characters on a slide. Not more than 100 characters. Because many research shows that the kind of not only attention span, but also information overload, that cognitive overload happens when you present them with loads of text on a screen, and then same thing you will be reading out, which is really difficult for a learner to understand. Read that line and then understand what your lecturer is speaking. So better avoid large chunks of text on a PPT. Okay. And last but not the least, again, the key, the thumb rule is that should be portable, that is, should be compatible, where 90% of the devices should be, they should be able to access the content. Recently, I did one online course in one of the platforms. I didn't remember which one of them. That PDF, one readable PDF they have given is, I thought like I was traveling that time, and then I thought I can read it in my mobile. So simply I didn't take my laptop, neither a tab, and I was carrying my mobile, that is an Android mobile, and I think one of the Samsung mobiles. So I was offline. I downloaded all the PDFs and then the entire course, and I was opening it offline. And those PDFs were really enlarged, elongated. I couldn't read them in any way, whether it is a portrait mode or landscape mode in my mobile phone, I couldn't read it. So what I meant to say here is, while you are saving your PDFs or you are saving your documents, you have to make sure that what your learning management system supports, whether it supports all sorts of devices or not. If not, you have to give a mandatory explanation that this is well readable at a certain resolution or in that desktop. All these options, your administrator, your college learning management system administrator will be giving you inputs. You please follow those instructions and inputs while giving your material to that administrator to provide for your learners. So while creating learner-friendly, visually appealing resources means, this is the example that I have given. Sometimes in one slide, the bullet systems are like this, and the other slide, the bullet systems are like this. One slide has this color, the other slide has this color. Please don't do that. While creating some buttons on a PowerPoint, also some images also sometimes, you please give, unless otherwise it is mandatory, use similar type of images. What I meant here is, if you are using icons, use all icons. If you are using all illustrations, use illustrations. If you are using photographs, use all photographs in your PowerPoint. Unless otherwise it is needed. Like for sometimes what happens is, while teaching sciences, sometimes some images are 3D images, some images could be your illustrations, some images could be just photographs that we are explaining some cell and various types of cells. Sometimes you have to give all three types, right? How many of you explored in Microsoft Word 3D images? Any science teachers here? Any science lecturers, professors?
Veterinary, ma'am.
Veterinary,
No, ma'am.
okay.
All are social sciences only.
Oh, all are social science.
Yes, ma'am. Chemistry.
Chemistry, okay, okay. So, sir, did you explore the 3D options in Microsoft Word?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. We are using the chemistry model.
Ah, okay. Okay, sir. So, because the here I got some chemistry teacher here, I would just want to, for science and even for social sciences, sometimes we need some 3D images. In a simple Word document only, how you can have that 3D while recording your PPT. We will see here one small tool how to record your PPT using Screencast-O-Matic. For that, before going there, I want to show you how we can use in our Word document itself 3D images. Let me see if I can open my Word document here. If you are using a latest Word, MS Word, you have an option called Insert, and I'm just opening my Word document. Okay, I'm using my another 3D models करके रहता है, but I don't know why I'm not getting here. There is one option you please explore. It's called the 3D models in the Word itself, sir. The Word itself, if you are using the latest version, in my Mac I have.
I saw the 3D printer.
No, sir, in the Word, if you are using the latest version, what?
We have noticed, but never used it.
Yeah, I'm trying to use it here, but I don't know why my Microsoft account I have to use. Okay. I'm trying to open that here. And I just want to show you because it is very useful. Very, very useful. Sharing. Yeah. I just want to log into my account. Or I will just show you. If you are using, anybody having Microsoft latest version? I have another machine I have. You please explore 3D animation in Microsoft Office. I will why I am not able to share? That share button is not coming now. Okay, I got it. So if you go to insert and 3D models, you will find that, sir. Otherwise, I have to log in from this device. Shall I log in from this another device, madam, once? Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, anybody said that MS Office 10? Yes, sir. Latest MS Office versions, any 16 or late, above that, you have Microsoft Office versions. So, I want to share that here. I want to join from other account and share this with you. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my screen? Yeah.
Yes.
And here it is, it says 3D models. So stock 3D models, they are freely available or open source ones, usually here. So you can search for Earth, maybe. I just logged in with my other device where I have my Office 365 subscription. So I'll say insert. See, this is how you can move this object. For example, you are using any screen recording software and you are explaining about some concept, and that concept, whatever that image is available here, for example, then you can take it and then while explaining that particular object, you can record the screen. It will become one small video for you. So yeah, and you can even label it using your regular options. You know how to label them, and then you can even play around with various types and modes that you can how do you rotate. You please explore. There are various options are available here, but I found it very, very useful for science teachers, also even for that matter social sciences teachers. Various types of 3D models are already given here. So you please, while recording screen, you can explain your students using these 3D models also, because there is a chemistry teacher here. I want to give one more there is one link I am giving here, sir. You please search for FET tutorials, PHET. There are simulations given, And these are again Colorado University developed various simulations in sciences and physics and chemistry from basics to little advanced topics. Various simulations are given. fet.colorado.edu. I will share that in the chat box. Yeah, you will find various simulations where you can embed that into your learning management system, whether it is a Moodle, Canvas, or any type, or you can share with your learners also for the sake of for them to explore. Okay, if you don't have any learning management system, if at all you are using a Google Classroom, you can provide them some sort of a free 3D exploration of that particular concept. Because here they said that there are some chemistry teachers. I just wanted to show you that. Let me come back here. Let me come back to the presentation. So as I said, that plan, prepare, there are 4 P's that we discussed, right? So while doing that, in one of the phases that you will be, while preparing itself, your presentation, very clean and clutter-free presentation while you are preparing, it's always good to do some storyboarding sort of thing, you know, where you have to prepare a simple storyboard, something like this. This is like my way of doing it. You can just duplicate this same option, or you can have your own style, where each title slide, how it speaks, and what kind of logos you have, any voiceovers you have, any image details that you want to give. If this kind of planning really there, then it will be easy for you to create this kind of educational video. Just not only that creating video really matters. You have to create interactively. How to create interactive videos? So while recording your screen with PPTs with a Screencast-O-Matic, I use a tool called Screencast-O-Matic. I think I better
जस्ती अपा स्वामी का मेरे को बायोडाटा दे दो. ठीक.
Shall I share that Screencast-O-Matic? Screencast-O-Matic. So here is the option, and Screencast-O-Matic provides a free version and also a paid option. Paid option is not very costly. It hardly costs anything. For 3 years subscription, I think 3,000 or something. So anyway, how to record with Screencast-O-Matic? I will demonstrate here. You can record your entire screen, or only yourself with this webcam, or both your screen and webcam, both. So I'll say record, launch free recorder. It'll ask me whether to open that, but I have a paid account. If it recognizes me, it gives me a paid account option here. It's launching. So it's just updating. It's taking a little time. Yeah, it launched. I have 2 more topics to discuss. We have 12:15. I think we still have little time to discuss interactive video also. Screen recording and also interactive video. Both I will demonstrate. For example, I want to record my PowerPoint. So first, I have to adjust to what border level that I have to record my presentation. This is the area that I want to record. I can simply adjust this place. The same thing, the screen recording can be done using various other tools like Mobile Studio or other screen recording softwares. But I found the Screencast-O-Matic is pretty easy and handy also. So I say only screen, and I hit record option. It'll give me 1, 2, 3 countdown, and I record this, whatever the PowerPoint I have. And whatever I talk, it will get recorded. Whenever I am done, I hit this pause button. And then when I play, I will listen to my lecture. See, this is how. When you are done, you can click on done. And it will give me 3 options, whether to send, upload, or quick share or edit video. I want to edit the video. When you have a paid version, you have all these options. Various things that you can do is you can overlay some text, or you can overlay a music, or you can create a background music to it. Example, I want to have this elegant music behind whatever I am talking, a simple one, and I want to adjust that volume of my background music, reduce. Okay, if I want to trim any options here, because I want to start my video from here, for example. So I hit this cut and I drag each portion to cut. I say okay, and then I want to overlay some text here, or an image or a text that I want to overlay. This is the text that I want to overlay. Sometimes it is useful for you to add some title parts. So, and I want automatically it adds some animation to it, that it displays for 3 seconds and slowly it will disappear. If you want to edit this animation, you can always edit this, or if you want for entire screen you want to display this text, you can adjust this the way you want. You can say hit OK and then play and see how it is happening. If you want your web cursor to appear, then you select this. If you don't want that, your cursor won't. Okay, I have some warning that has given me. I have to close this application and restart, looks like. But that is how in a Screencast-O-Matic usually you record your lectures. And once you record your lectures, I'll open that for you again, because I want to show you how to publish. You all know how to publish your videos to YouTube and make it available only to listed participants, right? See, if you are using a trial version of Screencast-O-Matic, this is how it looks. You cannot do all the editing option in a free version. Only trimming you can do. Only this much you can do. Okay. Once you are done, you think it is good, then you say upload to YouTube and give a name and then quality, and you think, and then to privacy, make it unlisted. Is browse account, my account. I am publishing this particular video, and then I want to use the same video to create any H5, that is interactive video. Okay, I copy this link with me. I'll keep it. I'll go to my presentation. Let's go to my presentation. So how do we create interactive videos? Either using some or authoring tools like Captivate, Camtasia, ICT or Storyline, or a free tool called H5P. It is very well appreciated around the world because it is open source. It is very efficient. We can create, share, reuse, and modify various interactive options. Okay, interactive videos and various interactive content types that you can generate. So while learners are watching a video, you can create interactivities, whether a drag and drop interactivity or a question answers, a free type simple question answers, or fill in the blanks, or type of activity where they have to choose multiple answers, or drag and drops, or you can simply give some links or images to that particular option. Navigation options you can give them. So all these are possible with H5P interactive videos. and where you can develop these interactive videos offline using a standalone application from lumi.org. I will share you that right away. And then you can use these interactive videos in your learning management system. So for that, first you have to create your video. And then you have to create the interactive. Right now we created using a Screencast-O-Matic one video. And then, oh, you are not seeing my screen at all. Nobody telling me that. Yeah. So using that interactive videos that we can create and then utilize in our learning management systems. How to create offline these interactive content is using an app from lumi.education, that is H5P app. You please download this and install. It's a very small application. And how do we create? Once you download it, this is the screen that will appear. You click on create a new H5P option and choose interactive video. After this is, I am showing how to use in Moodle. I don't want to show that in Moodle. We'll see our are you seeing my screen?
चल रहा स्टार्ट कर ली मैं
Hello. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. That is black.
Yes, ma'am.
Dark, ma'am. It's dark, ma'am.
हेलो लक्ष्मी
Yeah.
ये
So,
पेपर
Yeah,
उठा
now
लो
it's come.
yeah. So then I say create a new H5P.
नहीं पढ़ो ये पूरे और ये बुक्स ऊपर
I
रख दो
select the interactive video. First time it will ask you to get, and I say install. If you want to see a content demo, you can click on this content demo and see.
ये दो बुक
On install.
ऊपर रख दो
Why interactive video matters is that, so once it installs, because the video, what you produce, your content video can be enhanced with various types of clickable options. First, I'll give my title. And then I say click add a video. You can always add an offline video, but it increases the burden on the server, on your machine. That's why it's always a good idea to publish your video to YouTube or any other streaming servers like Vimeo and make it unlisted and then use that. And you have seen how I published my video from Screencast-O-Matic to YouTube simply, and I copied that link and then I paste that link from here. I can say insert. My interactive video got inserted. And the next tab is to add interactions. How do we add interactions? So it is giving me some kind of a tour here. I'm clicking this cross icon is that. If you want to explore, you can always explore. So this is my video which is uploaded to YouTube that has come here. So I want to add some sort of interaction somewhere here. So you please make your playhead wherever you want to add any interaction and then give one multiple choice question. I want to display, pause the video and display it as a poster. And I remove this untitled. So this is a correct option. I gave my question. Alternatives are your options. The first alternative is always the correct one. So I will give this right. And the second answer is wrong. If I want to add one more, not correct. I'm adding options for my multiple choice question. So I can give a number of questions more here. So I don't want only one I want to give. So I just gave. If you want to add questions more, you can add questions. Under behavioral settings, you can opt for this is what we call adaptability. Like you want the learner to continue or you want the learner to understand, answer this question and understand. So I don't want to give auto continue. Okay. Enable retry option. Yes, I want to give a retry option. Show solution button. Yes, I don't want to give show solution button. And adaptivity. If what happens if all goes wrong? I want my user to view my entire video again, or you can mention where the user should go back. Okay. So I want to start the entire video. If he is going wrong, again, I want him to start that video. So I have given this interactivity here. I will adjust that question, dragging these options. Okay. This is my question. I have given one question here. And here I want to give one more, just one text like an option for my user for more details. So I don't want to pause the video. I just want to provide a kind of a button, and a label I want to give is more information about this topic. I'm just showing you examples. Okay. Click and go to the web page. Any web page that you want to specify. For example, another page that I want to give. Any URL that you want to give, you can provide. So here I want to give
Lakshmi
Pixabay dot Pixabay. This is what I want to give. I say done. So this is how this label appears. You can adjust if you want this label.
मेरे को दे दो एक उनके पास.
Okay, once it is done,
अच्छा ये पूरे मूव्स के रिसोर्स पर्संस है, मूव्स के बंडल के साथ रखो. ये तुम लोग बना रहे ना ब्लॉग्स हर प्रोग्राम के बाद फाइल्स बना रहे ना, उसमें ये रिसोर्स पर्संस का भी है क्या होना.
And to view that particular one, you are viewing this, for example.
उसमें रखो पूरे रिसोर्स पर्सन के है वो. हाँ मेरे को एक और बना के दे दो.
So I am playing my video.
मेल में मैं अब ये ओपन हुआ तो मैं मेल नहीं खोल सकती. एक उनको भी दे दो. हाँ और जो मेरे को एक ये मेरे को
I selected
प्रोग्राम है ना, इसके बायोडाटास निकाल दो ना, तो अच्छा से निकाल के रख देते डेट वाइज. तुम्हारा काम उसको दे दो, तुम ये करके दो.
You do an interactive video. Once it is done, it is saved on my desktop. You can see test.h5p. You can upload to your learning management system as an interactive video. There are more than 30 varieties of interactive options which are given.
नहीं अभी मैं बात नहीं कर रही.
I will share this activity with you.
Clear, ma'am. Some background.
वो ये गाना है. वो इतना भी इतने सबको भी जाता.
हाँ, actually, some noise is there at the background.
Yes, ma'am.
ये मैम का नॉइज है, ये रमान सर के ये लॉगिन पे है.
तो म्यूट करना है ना. Oh, म्यूट नहीं हो रहा है. Okay. So last but not the least, what I'm telling is that H5P is a very good tool. In Moodle LMS directly, you can create all 30 varieties of H5P options. Sorry, मेरा भी म्यूट हो गया है क्या? मैं audible?
आपका सही है.
Audible, you are audible.
Yeah. So using H5P, you can create more than 30 varieties of content types. One of them is interactive content that I just demoed it to you. Offline also, you can create those interactive videos, but you need either a WordPress site or a LMS or like Moodle to use those interactive
videos, which are very, very helpful. Not only questions in between, you can give some links or text or image or drag and drop. So many, lot of things you can do. You please explore yourself. Go to h5p.org and learn. There are various tutorials available there, or simply download lumi.org from lumi.org, which I gave you. I think I must give that link also here. I will provide in the chat box. I think you have seen that screen, right? Again, I'll show you this one. Lumi.education, this one. Okay, you please download, and then you can, this is presentation, I think I will share with madam and she will share with you all how to add those H5P interactive videos into your Moodle LMS. I have given all the clear steps because today we didn't discuss about learning management system. I didn't explain it to you, but this clear presentation shows all. Okay, I just demonstrated how well the videos can be made more effective and more interactive, right? You only said in the beginning that technology can help us to improve effectiveness of interaction, of our teaching, effectiveness of our teaching. All these can be improved using technology, right? So I demonstrated how we can use, with what tools we can use. And last but not the least, that I want to again and again say this: access to information. According to this is UN recently released this line. Access to information online is a basic human right. That means whatever we create, we have to make sure that that content is available to everyone. Everyone in the sense who are here, our learners with either special ability like impaired vision or a hearing, impaired mobility, or even for a cognitive disability. Sometimes some learners struggle to see some colors with a color blindness. Okay, we have to be very, very careful while creating any content. Very simple things that we forget to use. We need to use, but we forget to use or we ignore. Like, for example, in PowerPoint or in a Word document or in a Google document, you are creating an image for some purpose. You have to give that alternate name to that image. You know why? When you use one screen reader, any screen reader to read your page, okay, to read your page, it will read that image. You have to specify that image is only for decorative purpose, or you have some motive behind using that particular image. We have to be very clear so that the screen reader will read out for a visually impaired person. A visually impaired person is listening to that screen reading option. Then the screen reader should not get stuck with some image, or it should not say some unnamed image. No, it has to explain it to them. So we have to be very careful when you are using PowerPoint or a Word. When you give an image, you have to right click and give an alternate text to it. The motive behind giving alternate text is to make the screen readers read that image. Understand this. Even in any learning management system, it will ask you the accessibility options. According to our web content accessibility guidelines, there are 4 principles to make it accessible, any content or any course, because that content should be perceivable, operable, understandable, and that should be robust enough. What does it mean? What does it mean, robust enough? We'll see a small video here. Okay, I will play. Can you listen?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you all listen?
Ma'am, your voice is audible, but like video voice not clear, ma'am. Not audible, ma'am.
How to make it audible? Okay, I will share that link with you. What does these 4 options mean? I will share that. It is not audible to you? Hello?
No, ma'am, not audible, ma'am.
Not audible, madam.
Is it audible to you now?
See well.
Audible. No.
Aloud what's on the screen.
Is it audible?
Audible, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
See this one.
Hi, my name is Shadi Abuzah. I'm the Accessibility Strategy and Technology Specialist at W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium. And today, I'd like to tell you about web accessibility. The web is for many people an essential part of daily life, at work, at home, and on the road. Web accessibility means that people with disabilities can use the web equally. For example, somebody who cannot use their arms and uses a mouse stick to type, or someone who cannot hear well and uses captions to watch videos, or someone who cannot see well and uses a screen reader to read aloud what's on the screen. Accessibility has many benefits. For example, captions benefit anyone in a loud or in a quiet environment. And good color contrast works better when there's glare. Also, people with age-related impairments, such as reduced dexterity, benefit. In fact, everyone has a better user experience with an improved layout and design. A lot of accessibility can be built into the underlying code of websites and applications. Web technologies from W3C, such as HTML, provide support for many accessibility features. For example, features to provide text alternatives for images, which are read aloud by screen readers and also used by search engines. Also, headings, labels, and other code supports accessibility and improves the quality overall. Good authoring tools, such as wikis, content management systems, and code editors, help create accessible code, either automatically or with input from the author. Also, web browsers, media players, and apps need to support accessibility features. W3C provides standards to help make the web accessible, which are internationally recognized by governments and businesses. Most well-known is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG. WCAG is also ISO standard 4500 and adopted in the European standard called EN 301549. It is built around 4 core principles. First, perceivable. For example, so people can see the content or hear it. Operable, for example, so people can use the computer by typing or by voice. Understandable, for example, so people get clear and simple language. And robust, so people can use different assistive technologies. Besides WCAG, W3C also provides the Authoring Tool Accessibility Guidelines, ATAG, which defines requirements for content management systems, code editors, and other software. And the User Agent Accessibility Guidelines, UAAG, defines requirements for web browsers and media players. There are over 1 billion people with disabilities, or around 15 to 20% of the population. The UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities defines access to information, including the web, as a human right. Most countries around the world have ratified this UN Convention, and several have adopted binding policies too. Yet, regardless of any laws and regulations, implementing the accessibility standards is essential for people with disabilities and useful for all. For more information on web accessibility, visit w3.org/WAI.
Yeah, that is in a nutshell about accessibility. I feel which is very, very important.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session on hands-on accessibility testing. Next out. This is scheduled to go on.
So simple tips are for accessible designer. A readable description to all web links and buttons. Make sure you remember these key points pretty well, these 8 points. You have to provide alternative text to your image files and transcripts and any audio file that you want to give, you better give them because you are preparing for the future. Actually, very soon these kind of guidelines, standards might come because in universities, all sorts of students will be there, right? People using various screen recorders or Braille standards or some other options. Okay, and you have to use a simple language and simple colors, and you can go with the color wheel option available online and check what are the good contrast colors, and then what are the colors, accessible color sets that are really good. And then while designing for any content, make sure that you are designing for the learners who are using it, that content even in a mobile or any other touch screen. Also, when you are giving a link, you have to give a particular name, not just click here. You have to give click here for what, to access what kind. So if at all you want to test your PPT or a Word document or the content that you have prepared, whether screen reader is able to read or not, there is a small extension called ChromeVox. This is one of those kinds like screen readers. There are various types of assistive technologies available right now, but one of them is ChromeVox. You please install that and see whether your content, that what you have generated, ChromeVox is able to read sensible, whether it is reading sensible or not. That way you can test for accessibility for various assistive technologies or screen readers your content. This is one. You can think that this is a request, but I sincerely feel that we have to create content to everyone, right? I mean, we don't have to again reinvent the wheel. Whatever we are creating now, because the potential of the technology is it can cater to all sorts of people. So that way we have to prepare whatever we are preparing. We have to prepare to address all those options, right? On this note, with this final note, I want to conclude, and with Alvin Toffler saying, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Every time I attend any kind of these sessions, sometimes I listen from the participants various new tools that they are using for various purposes. Okay, and I really amazed sometimes. And then today, when we are co-constructing, when we are listening with others, we learn a lot. Sometimes we have to unlearn some things and we have to relearn again. I really believe in this theory. Thank you all. You can check my blog spot. Sometimes I keep writing about new technologies. These days, I am more towards into assisting technologies and accessibility and inclusion. And I hope I can give more talks on this and how learning management system like Moodle can help to build those kind of courses. Thank you so much. And the floor is open for questions. Any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions? Well, till now, whatever I spoke is not audible, looks like. Was I audible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello, everybody gone for lunch? It's just 12:45. Our session is till 1 o'clock.
No, ma'am. We can hear you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. So Shimna, I think
Is
you have
everybody
opened,
there?
Yeah, Sushumna, I think you have opened this thing.
Rahman
Twice
sir.
you have. Yeah, I'm Dr. Bilgrami speaking. Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Can you
Okay,
hear
somebody
me?
said thank you. So, any questions? I am here for the next 15 minutes. Ilavarsan sir, very useful sir. Okay, thank you sir. Anything that any of you want to learn more about, any doubts either on OERs or any edtech tools or on Moodle or any tools that we discussed today to understand the technologies that we are using these days?
Actually, madam, most of the topics,
3D animation. Okay, sir. Ilavarsan sir, when you have a Microsoft Office latest version, you can take a Microsoft Office 365 subscription. That is very good. I think it costs around 3,000 or 4,000 a year. Okay, it's worth it. When you take it, when you say insert, there are 3D models available, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
So if that kind of a model is available, whatever you are searching for, that model can be placed on your PowerPoint or on Word, and then you can use your screen recorders while explaining that model to your learners, and you can record that lecture. That's what I meant.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I hope Ilavarsan sir, you got my
Yes, ma'am. I got
answer.
it, ma'am. Thank you,
I
ma'am.
have my email ID here. Any doubts are always welcome. And my blogspot is eology.blogspot. Okay. So any more questions? Universal sir, I think I hope I answered. If you want any more, you can always visit. Similarly, I have, if you search my name in YouTube also, some interesting YouTube videos I have provided. Mixed language. Sir, I didn't use Telugu, neither Hindi. You wanted in mixed language or it was
English only, madam. English only, madam.
Yes, Ayub sir, I
Hindi
don't
mix.
want to go crazy on introducing various other technologies. I can definitely do that because the title itself was too big for me today. The potential of technologies and today's teaching and learning environment. Yes, I can demonstrate, but I thought there is no point you receiving the passive end where there is no use, where you not every institution can afford to grab that particular technologies.
Hello, ma'am.
What I felt is in our day-to-day teaching and learning and assessment environment, whatever the tools that we use are very useful. That's what I thought of. Otherwise, we can explore some AR, VR tools. And one more thing I forgot, actually, very funny thing, a very funny, not funny, while just before going on this Padlet, I want to introduce one more simple tool to you where you please give your name and from where you are attending this particular session. This is more interesting. This is one more tool, sir, I usually use, and where a lot of options are there. And recently when I introduced in one international workshops also, my English teacher is using it pretty well. Sir, I didn't mix in Hindi.
Yeah.
I think few lines I spoke with in Hindi. Whatever that you can tell me, I'll translate it for you. So please go to that particular link and then click on that plus and then give your place name on your name. If I share my screen for that.
अब आओ तो तुम क्या पढ़े तुम आओ ना तुम कभी अभी मत आते
संतरा उसको खिलाए तो बहुत अच्छा क्लास तो शुरू ही हुआ अभी तो शुरू हो गया
Participants, please mute your mics. All of you, mute your mics.
You can just click plus and then give your name and your place. This tool can be utilized in many ways, sir. One English teacher is using this to improve their vocabulary. What she gave is she asked her learners to come up with one video or audio talking about the New Year's, like how they spent 2020 and what they expect in 2021. And they came up with a very wonderful options, and then he started or she started, our English professor started correcting those options also while they are speaking. When they uploaded their video here itself, when you create a Padlet, for example, I'll just show you. With this we'll conclude. My thirst towards edtech never ends. So when there is a free option available to make a Padlet, and paid version you can create any number of Padlets. In the free version you can create only 5 Padlets, but it's okay. So there are various types of Padlets that you can create. I used map option, or you can use a wall or a canvas or a grid option. For example, if I use a wall, I'll select wall. You can set the name and then description. You can create if you want an icon, and if you want a wallpaper, you can change. Right now it is something, and I'll change it to some color. And then do you want to give ratings or stars or grade that you want to provide for the user, whatever they upload, you can give. Even maximum grade you can specify. I make it as 100 itself, and then you can start posting. And then using this button share option, you can share either as a QR code or link to cupboard, or even as a clipboard, or you can even embed it in your LMSs. Okay, when you embed this element into LMS, embedding option is pretty good in any learning management system. You can take this embed code and then put it inside your LMS. It looks like a page inside your LMS where users can upload. They press here and they have a lot of options to upload, where they can not only draw, they can upload a voice and then video or a photograph or a link or a YouTube video also, where teacher can rate or peer rating can be enabled. So this that's all from my side. I'm sorry I have taken more of your time. No, we are just 12:54 now. We still have 5 more minutes. If anybody wants to try, you can try Padlet. So any more doubts? Sir, Alam sir, please tell me what's your problem. I didn't use Hindi much though. Thank you, everyone, once again
Thank you, ma'am.
for this
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
wonderful option and the great
Thank you,
opportunity
ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
to
madam.
Manu, especially for calling me again for the session. Not five, not daily, sir. Entirely, you have 5. I mean, this is when I registered, but now you have to check once again. But now I have a paid version. It also costs very less. 5 or more actually. You can keep on deleting and then adding one more Padlet. It's very interesting tool. Please explore. Sir. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Sushumna. Thank you. Can you hear me? Sushumna, can you hear me?
Madam, we can't hear you.
Yeah, but mine is unmuted. I don't know why. What's the problem?
Okay. Pilu Chandradas are showing 3 for basic. Earlier, when they introduced long back, there were 5.
Can
Ma'am,
you
we
hear
can't
me?
hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, is it because my mic is mute?
No, your mic is mute.
Okay. Thank you.
Mute for last.
Can you hear me?
Minutes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Sushumna, for giving a very informative and wonderful lecture you have given on technologies. Nowadays, it is very much needed. So you have given a very informative lecture. So on behalf of myself as well as on behalf of UGC-HRDC, I thank you for sharing your valuable views with all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
You be here
Thank you, madam.
at 2 o'clock, all of you.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am.
अच्छा अच्छा
Stayed away from the
Hello. Hello. Hello, Jasti.
Hello,
You
ma'am.
have
Good afternoon,
opened.
ma'am.
Good afternoon. You have opened twice, it seems. That's why it is echoing.
Okay, actually, one is it still echoing now?
Now it is not echoing, but if it is two, no, it will echo.
No, actually, one I have muted
Okay,
because
okay.
I'm presenting through one and I'm showing slides and all that. Speaking
ठीक
from
है,
another
ठीक है.
phone.
Okay, we'll see. If it is not echoing, it's no problem. Okay?
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
start at 2 o'clock. Okay?
yeah, sure, ma'am. Yeah,
Okay, okay.
yes.
Justy, we will start now.
Okay, madam.
Hello. Yeah. You open your video.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Justy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, madam.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Open your video, Justy.
You want me to open my video?
Yeah, because if they see, they'll understand it nicely.
My video may not be very good, but let me try anyway.
Shall we start now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon to all the participants. Today's resource person is Dr. Justy Appaswamy. He is working in University of Hyderabad at the Center for English Language Studies. He holds a doctoral degree in English language teaching from Osmania University, Hyderabad. Prior to joining the University of Hyderabad, Justy Appaswamy worked at B.R. Ambedkar Open University, Hyderabad, NIT, Warangal, BITS Pilani, Rajasthan, Al Jabal Al Gharbi University, Libya, and Ambo University, Ethiopia. Besides developing self-instructional materials for Dr. Ambedkar Open University, Hyderabad, he also designed the MA TEFL curriculum and taught courses on the program at Ambo University, Ethiopia. His research interests include academic writing, discourse studies, genre pedagogy, systematic functional linguistics, professional communication, and corpus applications to language learning and teaching. He conducts workshops on research writing for research scholars and faculty across disciplines. Today, he is going to speak on ethics in academic publication, which is very much needed for all who are in this profession. So, I welcome you, Justy Appaswamy, to start your lecture to our participants. Over to you, Justy.
Oh, thank you so much. Hope I'm audible to everybody.
Yeah, you are audible. Audible.
Yeah.
Participants, can you hear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Audible.
Yeah, okay. You can start, Justy.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the session. This session is on ethics in publication. Somebody is asking, Atnur is requesting to annotate the shared content. What does it mean?
What they are telling?
One Professor Atnur is requesting to annotate the shared content. Approve, it is saying. Shall I decline or approve? I don't know exactly what it means.
I don't know. Please unmute your mic and ask what do you want? Atnur. Okay, carry on, Justy. Okay, you can carry on.
Okay. All right. So this again, it is coming.
They are writing in the chat box.
No, there is some kind of dialogue is coming, not in the chat box.
Okay, please mute your mics, all of you. I think all of them, they have muted their mics.
Okay, that's fine. So this presentation is on ethics in academic publication. I'm going to talk to you about this in two parts. In part one, we will get to understand what kind of values, ethics, integrity that we are supposed to maintain while carrying out research and sending it for publication. And in the second part, we shall be looking at how such a possible, let us say, maintenance of academic ethics can be maintained through certain examples, especially avoiding plagiarism and how do we build arguments in the process, and how arguments built in writing will help us achieve what we aim at in let's say in aligning with ethics in academic publication, in complying with ethics in academic publication. So this is how the presentation is going to be. So before we actually talk about this, let me brief you all about this, that research in general is an activity that requires meticulous care and plan as well. So unless we meticulously plan our research and follow strict guidelines, research is unlikely to result in good publication. So publication is something that follows research. So research is something that one should engage oneself with before going for publication. All of us know this. There is nothing new about what I said. But while embarking upon research, okay, it is important for us that we have understood how research is conducted. So this is what we're going to look at to a certain extent in these two sessions. Another important point that we need to understand here is when we say ethics in academic publication, ethics here do not apply to only us, those who want to publish. Ethics are applicable for everybody, for all the stakeholders in the academic publication process, which include the researcher, the editorial board, which means reviewers, and the let's say the gatekeepers of academic publication. So it's not just one of the stakeholders. All the stakeholders involved in academic publication have a greater role to uphold the ethical standards that go with academic publication. So with that, let me take you to this. So ethical standards for publication exist for doing this. They ensure high quality scientific publications. Why should we have ethical standards, first of all, when publishing? To ensure high quality scientific publications, to ensure public trust in scientific findings, to ensure that people receive credit for their ideas when we, let's say, cite them in our own writing. So these are three major functions or major purposes, okay, for which one has to adhere to ethical standards while going for publication. Right now, publication ethics include things like this. Okay, getting the approval from ethical board or ethics committee, committee in a given institution, institutional ethics review committee we have generally. Then having the informed consent from the let us say participants or research respondents, then not indulging in data manipulation and research fraud, avoiding plagiarism, not sending the same paper, okay, simultaneously to multiple journals, avoiding or abstaining oneself from publishing the same thing time and again in several journals, avoiding self-citation where, okay, it is not required, and then consenting to reproduce, okay, published material. You need to take consent from the given publisher for reproducing that published material, in fact. Then important point is ethics of authorship. How many people are you including as authors in a given paper? What is their contribution? What is their role in the publication in that paper as such? We need to very clearly indicate these things. When doing this, we also need to keep in mind that we are not including some author as a sort of a gift. So there is something called gift authorship. There is something called guest authorship. There is something called ghost authorship, right? So none of these should go into the authorship of the paper. That is something that one has to keep in mind. And then conflicts of interest, declaring, if there are any conflicts of interest, declaring conflicts of interest, whether, who is going to be the first author, who is going to be the second author, who is going to be the corresponding author. So all those things, need to be very clearly indicated, declared, right? All these, aspects constitute what we call publication ethics, right? So publication ethics include all these things. So the problem here is, when adhering to these ethical standards, we have no clarity about what the global standards of publication are. I mean, until some time ago. That is when we have what we call COPE, COPE came into existence. What is COPE? COPE refers to Committee on Publication Ethics, right? Committee on Publication Ethics. That is something that is set up for global standards. So we will look at that to a certain extent, in certain detail. Then there is also a lot of pressure to publish on all of us. So this pressure to publish on all of us might lead us to sometimes ignore some of these ethical standards. So something that one needs to really careful about. The third, in the anxiety or in the race to, let's say, in the race of publication, with the pressure that one feels being an academician, one tends to send journal to any to send the paper that they have to any journal that is available there. So there is a possibility for some of us to become a prey to what we call predatory publishers. So we should also know who are the publishers with credibility and credentials, who are the publishers who do not have any credibility and credentials in the research community, is something that we all need to keep in mind. So then there are also no global standards and research integrity. I mean, there's a lack of global standards and research integrity. That is when we have some bodies that have come up for setting these standards and research integrity and all that. Then we also have difficulties of collaboration at the global level. We are expected to collaborate with the other researchers across the world, across the globe. So what are the difficulties we may have, and what in the process of doing it, what are the challenges that we may face, is something that that also needs to be understood, in fact. So these are some of the global problems that all of us have. So there are certain kind of global initiatives to address these problems. We have what we call Committee on Publication Ethics. This Committee on Publication Ethics is a body that ensures that all of us have publications in journals that have certain kind of recognition in the research community. So COPE, Committee on Publication Ethics takes care of that. So, I mean, if you look at the websites relating to, especially a website, we have a number of guidelines that will help us understand how we can adhere to, or how we can avoid the problems that one is likely to face during publication. So this is one body that takes care of, or that actually educates, in fact, many of us who might not know some of the problems during the publication process. Then we have something called DORA statement. This is actually a declaration on research assessment, how research gets assessed. It is done in San Francisco. So they have, in fact, clearly mentioned how by signing this document, some of the institutions are expected to sign on these on these statements, making them, I mean, pledging that we adhere to these, let's say, objectives set up in this organization. So then we have what is called Beale's list. This is what helps us identify whether something is a predatory journal or not. So you simply type the journal that you are sending, that is the journal to which you want to send your paper, and check whether that journal is a good enough journal for your publication, whether that journal charges any amount of money for publication, all those things. Okay, and before you do that, if you type the journal to which you are sending your paper to in this Beale's list, it will tell you whether the journal that you are looking for, or the journal that you are sending your paper to, is a predatory journal or a standard journal. You get to understand this. This is one list that will help us understand readily. Then we have, in order to maintain what we call integrity in research, we have what is called World Conference on Research Integrity. In fact, it is held, this conference is held every year. I think it was started in 2012. The foundation for this was established in 2017, though the conferences have been happening from 2012. So we have several statements. We have Singapore Statement, Montreal Declaration. I will be showing you all these things. Probably if you look at Singapore Statement especially, let me take you there. This is what DORA I was telling you. This is DORA statement, which this is for Springer Nature journals. So by signing, Springer Nature undertakes to work towards upholding the recommendation that DORA outlines for publishers. So these are some of the things that we adhere to by signing this document. So this is one of the ways in which we can ensure research integrity. Then this is what I was telling you about World Conferences on Research Integrity. So this is what fosters the exchange of information and discussion about responsible conduct of research. So this 2022 conference is going to happen on 29th May in Africa, so Cape Town. And we also have, I was talking to you about Singapore Statement. Singapore Statement goes like this. This is the mission of the World Conference on Research Integrity. They want to fulfill their mission by promoting the continuous World Conference on Research Integrity on regular schedule, ensuring organizational continuity between conference, maintaining a World Conferences on Research Integrity website, publishing and disseminating guidance or policies agreed to at World Conferences on Research Integrity. So these are some of the things that they have in their agenda. Then we have what we call Singapore Statement which is important for us. Just this is what I was talking to you about Beale's list. In this Beale's list, if you type the journal that you're considering for publication, you will get to know whether that journal is a predatory journal or a journal with certain kind of reputation. So this will help you understand. So you need to just type here. It will help you understand whether that is a journal worthy of consideration or not. Okay, this is about that. Then we have this is this is Montreal Statement on Research Integrity. We have Singapore Statement as well. Give me a minute. I can show you elsewhere as well. Let me show you here. This is how Singapore Statement goes of research integrity. The value and benefits of research are vitally dependent on the integrity of research, while there can be or national and disciplinary differences in the way research is organized and conducted. There are also principles and professional responsibilities that are fundamental to the integrity of research wherever it is undertaken. So these are the principles that one needs to keep in mind in order to maintain research integrity: honesty in all aspects of research, accountability in the conduct of research, professional courtesy and fairness in working with others, and good stewardship of research on behalf of others. So these are the responsibilities: integrity. You can take a look at this: adherence to regulations, research methods, research records, research findings, authorship, publication acknowledgement, peer review, conflict of interest, public communication, reporting responsible research practices, responding to irresponsible research practices, research environments, social consideration. So this is a one-page document that makes us understand the let's say research the principles that are followed that one has to follow for maintaining research integrity. So researchers should take responsibility for the trustworthiness of the research, and one must follow regulations and policies related to research, and researchers should employ appropriate research methods, base their conclusions on critical analysis of the evidence, and report findings and interpretations fully and objectively, which we are going to look at a little closely. Then researchers should keep good, clear, accurate records of all research in way that will allow verification and replication of their work by others. Researchers' findings should share their data and findings openly and promptly as soon as they have had an opportunity to establish priority and ownership claims. Then authorship, I was mentioning to you, should take responsibility for their contributions to all publications, funding applications, reports, and other representations of the research. List of authors should include all those and only those who meet applicable authorship criteria. Then you have publication acknowledgement. Should acknowledge in publication the names and roles of those who made significant contributions to the research, including writers, funders, sponsors, others. Okay, and do not meet should not meet authorship criteria. They cannot qualify to be authors. Then peer review: researchers should provide fair, prompt, and rigorous evaluations and respect confidentiality when reviewing others' work. So peer reviewing, as we all know, is always blind in nature. So sometimes it is double blind, where in order to maintain this research integrity so that rigorous evaluation is maintained, is done, and confidentiality of the author's identity is maintained, even reviewer's identity is maintained if it is double blind reviewing. Then conflicts of interest, researchers should disclose financial and other conflicts of interest that could compromise the trustworthiness of their work in research proposals, publications, and public communications, as well as in all review committees. So these are some of the responsibilities that one has in order to maintain research integrity. So so this is what I was showing you. Montreal statement also similarly indicates some of these things. For example, if you look at Montreal this thing, statement, this also has certain kind of responsibilities listed down: general collaborative responsibilities, responsibilities in collaborative relationship. So responsibilities in managing the collaboration, responsibilities for outcomes of research. So this is one statement, Montreal statement, which also helps us maintain global standards. This is one. Then we have reward statement. This is again an important one. It is actually Lancet, this thing. Lancet has come up with this thing. If you look at this carefully here, you get to see Lancet one here. So I don't know whether it is visible to you. Let me enlarge. So this is the Lancet one. What it does, this is the statement, reward statement. What is reward statement? Reducing wastage in research. Okay, so this is something that one needs to keep in mind. So we set the right research priorities. We use robust research designs, conduct and analysis. Regulation and management are appropriate to risks. All information and research methods and findings are accessible. Reports of research are complete and usable. So this is what Lancet talks about as part of maintaining standards of research integrity. Then these are some of the checklists that we can keep in mind when let's say we are going for publication or even in undertaking research. So as I mentioned earlier, approval and consent right in the beginning before you embark upon research. You need to check whether you have approval of the relevant regulatory authority, institutional review board and ethics committee. Have you registered your clinical trials if it is science research? Have you documented informed consent? Then data accuracy, falsification, fabrication. Is there manipulation of material, equipment, processes of data? How have you double checked data for accuracy? Is there any thing anything that is not ethically correct? Have you used any fake data? Then plagiarism, have you used your own prior work or copied others' work? If so, have you cited these correctly? Do you have written permission to reproduce material, figures, or tables if you are using that? This is one of the things that we need to keep in mind. And when submitting, is a simultaneous submission to other journals as well? Have you published the entire work or part of it already? Have you excessively cited your own publications? Then have you, regarding authorship, have you included all the authors in a specific pre-agreed order that all of you have discussed earlier? So who is coming, who is the first author, who is the second author, who is the corresponding author? So is there any agreement? Okay. Do you have an agreement with co-authors? Are the co-authors aware of the contents of the publication? That is when I was talking to you about guest, gift and ghost authors. Have they had access to and hold themselves responsible for the data and its interpretation? Is there any ghost author or guest author which we are not supposed to entertain? Then conflict of interest. If there is any conflict of interest, have you declared it? Have you declared your conflict of interest and all that? So what is integrity in research? So as we mentioned earlier, integrity in research is active adherence to the ethical principles and professional standards essential for the responsible practice of research. What does active adherence refer to? Adoption of the principles and practices as a personal belief, not simply accepting them as impositions by certain kind of agencies that make rules for others. Then ethical principles. What are ethical principles? Honesty, which is the golden rule, trustworthiness, high regard for the scientific record, all those things constitute ethical principles. So according to NAS, National Academy of Sciences, for individuals, research integrity is an aspect of moral character and experience. Involves above all a commitment to intellectual honesty, personal responsibility for one's actions, and to a range of practices that characterize responsible research conduct. So range of practices include honesty and fairness in proposing, performing, and reporting research. Okay, how, okay, fairly and in what, okay, manner are you proposing your research? How are you executing your research? And how are you reporting research? What kind of fairness are you following in it? Accuracy and fairness in representing contributions to research proposals and reports. Proficiency and fairness in peer review. Collegiality in scientific interactions, communications, and sharing of resources. Disclosure of conflicts of interest. Protection of human subjects in conduct of research. Human care of animals in the conduct of research. Adherence to the mutual responsibilities of mentors and trainees. These are some of the things that constitute range of practices. So while science requires vigorous defense of one's ideas and work, ultimately research integrity means examining the data with objectivity and being guided by results rather than our own preconceived notions. So this is an important aspect. How do we, let us say, maintain objectivity? How do we examine the data with objectivity? Okay, we can examine the data with objectivity if we don't go with preconceived notions. We simply go by the results of the study. We are not, if we don't indulge in manipulation of the results. Okay, if we don't do all this, there is a possibility for us to maintain objectivity and follow integrity in carrying out research as well. So having understood some of these concepts, shall we do some small task where you are going to do this? Match the research misconduct terminology with their corresponding definitions. Can you identify doing this? Can you match them? Are you all there? Can you hear me?
Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you match these?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Plagiarism matches against the first one, that is appropriation of another person's ideas as own. Falsification matches with making up of data.
Okay.
Fabrication matches with manipulating research materials.
Very good. Very good. This is Nikita, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. So plagiarism is appropriation of another person's ideas, processes, results, or words without giving appropriate credit to them. Fabrication is manipulating research materials, equipment, processes, or changing or omitting data or results such that research is not accurately represented in the research record. Then falsification is making up of data or results and recording them in research records. So this is Somebody is cross-talking. All right. Okay. So I think we have got clarity. Let's now examine the idea of plagiarism, especially. So can you look at this and tell me whether which of these constitutes an instance of plagiarism?
I'm not audible, sir.
Sir, unable
Yeah,
to
my question was, you look at this slide here and say whether these are instances of plagiarism or not.
Sir,
Rubina Khan, your voice is not very clear. Can you repeat this?
sir, all these which is written in the slide are the instances of the plagiarism, I believe.
Excellent. All of them are instances of plagiarism. So, direct duplication by taking material from a book or website, all of them, and make people think you wrote that, that is an instance of plagiarism. So all of them, okay, are instances of plagiarism. Fine, can I go ahead?
yes, sir.
Yeah, anything
Yes, sir.
that you need
Yes, sir.
clarification?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good. Now, can you match these? These are the things that go generally with research report, right? You can put your answers in chat box as well. You can have your answers in chat box too, or you can even say it, no problem.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, in text citation, I think it is a reference in the text of your essay to the source you have paraphrased or quoted from.
Can you
And
tell me all of them once from the beginning? Yeah. In-text citation is which one?
a reference in the
Reference in the
text of
text
your
of your
essay to the
essay
source
to
you
the
have
source you
paraphrased or
have
quoted from.
paraphrased or quoted from. Okay.
And bibliography is detailed description of all the sources for your
Okay.
essay. And references is a list of sources which you quote in your essay.
Okay.
And direct quotation is the exact word of another author which you see in your essay.
Okay.
And footnotes is additional information found at the bottom of a page.
Good. So anybody who differs from Ayub?
No, sir, all are correct. I think.
So is that fine?
Fine, sir.
Yeah. Good. So there is nothing new here. Just a kind of making you again revisit these things. Okay, this is what you have now done. Paraphrasing is rewriting of an original piece of writing in your own words. In-text citation, a reference in the actual text of your essay to the particular source that you have paraphrased. You can take a look at them once. Probably we can go ahead later. So spend a minute, look at them. Already you have answered it. There's nothing new in it. All right. So let me take you to this idea called plagiarism. Now, do this task. Which aspects of the original sources are plagiarized in the student's first draft? These are the original sources on the left. You have the first draft of student writing on the right side. So which aspects of the original sources are plagiarized in this student writing?
I think it's third.
Third, Flu Chandra Das. Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, only that?
And first one, sir.
One is also plagiarized.
First one. Okay, why do you say they are plagiarized?
Sir, when they are citing a particular data, they need to show
Mhm.
where did they arrive at the 40% of students. They did not conduct their own research. So which source told them that 40% of students are doing? They need to cite.
Okay. So Nikita, your voice is not very audible. Can you probably keep your mic a little closer to you?
Sure. So should I repeat?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So since they have mentioned that 40% of students think, so they need to cite a source as to from where did they arrive that 40% number.
Correct.
So
Correct.
they need to cite a source for that number.
Okay. That is one. Yeah. Next one.
The third paragraph is also paraphrased without giving
Okay.
adequate
Okay. So both the first and the last do not have citation. Is that what you're trying to say, Nikita?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So therefore, they qualify for. I mean, they can be. Let's say we can say that they are plagiarized because there is no citation to these things taken from other sources.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Look at this. This is what you have done. Okay. This data, first one comes from an original piece of research. Therefore, this source needs to be provided. So source is not given there. Okay. The second one is is something that we say we make a distinction between common knowledge and contested knowledge. What is common knowledge? Common knowledge is knowledge that all of us share. Contested knowledge is knowledge that we do not know, to which therefore we give a citation to. Here the second one could be common knowledge, arguably common knowledge. The basic principles of Confucianism are well known in academic circles and can easily be found in a general reference book. So source need not be given to this. You don't have to acknowledge the author. Is what is one argument, but there is nothing wrong if it is not very okay. If you think it is not common knowledge, nothing wrong in giving it. Not an issue there. Coming to the last one, what you have given here is someone else's idea. Therefore, we need to cite it. Okay, from Highland or whatever. So simply student has copied and pasted author's words. Okay, and did not provide reference as well. So this is an example of clear example of plagiarism. So the first one, it qualifies to be plagiarism because you did not cite the author. Otherwise, that's fine. If you cite the author, the source, then the first one is all right. The second one, okay, if you think it is contested knowledge, you could cite. If you think it is common knowledge, you don't have to cite. Last one, you have taken exact words from the text. So that is second, you are not citing anybody. Therefore, the third one, okay, is a clear example of plagiarism. Okay. Now we have talked about predatory journals. I don't think I need to talk to you about this again. Look at this example, which make us understand the skill that we need to demonstrate when doing research. Can you find out the difference?
Yes, there is a comma after it in the first paragraph or first pointer,
Okay.
but not in the second.
Okay, so what are the two different meanings that you come up with if you have this kind of thing?
First one means panda eats many things and shoots and leaves among them. And second one means only eats shoots and leaves.
Okay. So the problem here is, so what is required here? You are actually able to apply what you call critical thinking ability. So in the first instance, you are looking at eats, shoots, and leaves belonging to one category of language, one category of what? One category of word classes. So what is the difference? How do you see shoots and leaves in second sentence? How do you see shoots and leaves in the first sentence? So with comma, what do they become? Without comma, what do these become? Is my question clear? Yeah.
Sir, in the first line, there are words like three category, but in the second like line, like you can see each shoots comes under one category and like leaves one category. Am I correct, sir?
Okay, Sheila. What I'm trying to say is, I mean, in terms of language, all of us have some knowledge of grammar, maybe in our school days and all that. So in the first instance, how do you classify eats, shoots, and leaves? With comma. Comma is making you do something there. In the second one, because there is no comma, it is giving you something else. So look at the first one. Yeah.
I think in first instance, eats, shoots, and leaves, all three are verbs. And in the second instance, eats can be subject, maybe in the sense of noun, and shoots and leaves might be verb to eat.
Are you sure? See, look at this. Good. I mean, you are right. In the first instance, panda is the subject, which eats, which shoots, which leaves. That's the meaning that is conveyed in the first one, which is which is one kind of thing. If you look at the second one, panda eats what? Shoots and leaves. So panda is the subject, eats is the verb, shoots and leaves are nouns. In the second instance, eats is the verb, shoots and leaves are nouns. On there. Right? In the first instance, panda eats, panda shoots, panda leaves. All of them are used as verbs. Therefore, they belong to the same category, verb category. Eats, shoots, and leaves in the first instance because of comma. All of them belong to the same category of verb. In the second instance, okay, eats alone is the verb, shoots and leaves are nouns which follow the verb. It's like I eat apple. Okay, eat is verb, apple is noun. Similar, shoots and leaves are like apple. Is that fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the point here is, why am I bringing this example here? Small, if we don't pay attention to what we are doing, it can be a disaster, as we see here. Okay. Therefore, one needs to be careful, and when reading as well, one has to be very, very careful and critical. Okay, when trying to interpret something we are reading, or when we are trying to write something, making sure that the other person, the reader, does not get us wrong, is something that one has to keep in mind. So punctuation, though we don't consider it great, does have a greater role to play. All right. Let us look at what kind of critical thinking skills, okay, are we supposed to have for carrying out research, for publication, and which will help us maintain what we call Research Integrity Act. Okay, so can you look at these things? Which of these three definitions of critical thinking do you think is correct? Third one? Good.
Yes, sir. Third one.
Oh, yeah, the third one. The first two, okay, we all know why. Yeah. So the first two cannot. So the critical thinking means not being afraid to challenge what experts have said, and using this as a way of shaping your own view about a topic. We are going to look at these things a little more closely. Okay, so look at this. So especially when you write a literature review, this involves what we call criticality. What does criticality mean? Criticality means both analysis and synthesis. What is analysis and synthesis? Okay, we'll look at some examples of this, or I will demonstrate to you how analysis and synthesis is done through an example in the course of time. So analysis and synthesis, okay, seem to be two opposing methods. Whereas analysis involves systematically breaking down relevant literature into its constituent parts, synthesis is the act of making connections between those parts identified in the analysis. Do you understand this distinction? Analysis is breaking down the relevant literature into its constituent parts. This also I will show you with certain examples. What is synthesis? This is where you make connections between those parts identified in the process of analysis. So in the analysis part, you break down the whole into its constituent parts. In the synthesis part, you put them together. Okay, you put the broken down parts into, okay, to its whole again. Okay, this is synthesis. So when we do literature review, what do? We do both of them. Okay, you see a synergy between analysis and synthesis as you zoom in to closely analyze an individual source and zoom out to consider it in relation to the broader field. Right? So after analyzing a range of sources, you should synthesize the relevant sources, connecting, linking, and positioning them against each other in order to identify the recurring themes, trends, areas of agreement, disagreement within your research field. This is what we are expected to do in literature review. What is it? You read a research paper and you don't read that research paper alone. You read probably a score of research papers. What do? When you read first one, you understand it and relate your understanding of that paper to what you already know. You read the second one. So when reading the second one, your understanding of the first paper and your understanding of the previous papers that you read probably earlier will come into force. So you will look at this second paper that you are reading in relation with the understanding that you have had from other papers. So it goes on. So when you read 20 papers or so, you read all 20 papers not in isolation. Okay, you related all 20 papers together and you synthesize. That means you identify similarities and differences across 20 papers and probably start understanding the trends and patterns and themes that you might be able to observe in them. So once you, which means you are able to connect. Okay, you are able to identify which papers have similar ideas, which papers have different ideas. Okay, then by doing this, you are also able to develop your own perspective for taking a position of your own. So you take a position, you develop a perspective of your own by having observed different trends and patterns in the papers that you read. This is what leads you to develop what we call argument. We'll look at that argumentation also in the course of time. Then look at this example here. Which of the following is more appropriate piece of academic writing and why? This is where we'll talk about criticality also in certain detail. Which of these two is a good example of academic writing? And justify why it is so. Yes, are you all there?
Yes, sir.
So which one?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please tell me which one do you find a good example of academic writing?
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, I think the green one is more appropriate because in the first instance, the writer has presented many codes. Like first, he has presented first code, then second code, then third code without any interrelation between the codes. But in the second instance, the codes, that author, the writer has an idea of what he or she is talking about, and he has presented the ideas in kind of synergy.
Excellent. Very well done, Ayub. The difference between
Thank
the
you,
two,
sir.
as Ayub mentioned, is this. The first one merely puts the information from other sources. So ideas are put together without any link among themselves. Right? So which means in the first instance, in the first case, the author is not present. The one who is writing this text is not present. He is simply bringing all other people's ideas together and putting them together. There is nothing that is holding them together. There is no holder sentence to these ideas. Okay, there is no author in this text. You don't find the author's voice in the text. It is the voice of others. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So if you look at the second one very clearly, look at this is what I mean by criticality. What is criticality? Your ability to synthesize, your ability to analyze. Right? In the first instance, you have been able to identify the relevant ideas from different sources. Fine. But you are not able to stitch them together in a way that, okay, that would give away your perspective. So the author's perspective is not present in the first one. In the second one, if you look at them carefully, look at the very first sentence. This is what I call a position statement. Critical thinking is notoriously difficult term to define. Although Fisher and Scriven's classification of it as skilled active interpretation and evaluation of observations, communications, information, and argumentation captures many of its essential details. If you notice the difference between first one and second one, the author in the first case simply describes what Fisher and Scriven said. He simply attributes this idea to Fisher and Scriven and just gives it. But here in the second one, the author is making a claim. What is the claim? He is expressing his opinion. How do you know that it is an opinion? Anything that makes you say that this first sentence is an opinion? A claim, a perspective, a position statement. The first sentence has a position of the author. How do you say that? Is there anything that makes us understand that? Are you all there?
Notoriously difficult term to define.
Exactly. Notorious, the very word notoriously. So, notoriously for him, that is his opinion. Right? So, the author's attitude is coming through in this word. The author's opinion is expressed in this word. Okay? So, critical, and he is also able to relate all these ideas to this idea called critical thinking. So, critical thinking is notoriously difficult. Though, okay, look at so he is saying that there are people who try to define it, but it's not so easy to define. That's the idea he is trying to put forth in the first sentence, where you find the author's view coming very clear. Although Fisher and Scriven's classification of it as skilled, okay, all that is there captures many of its essential details, though critical thinking, many of the essential aspects of critical thinking are captured in this definition. It is not so easy to define. Is what his argument is, his claim is. Having made this claim, we need to support the claim. We need to strengthen the claim for it to become an argument. So how is he building the argument here? So first he has made the claim. Now he is bringing the evidence to support the claim. How is he bringing? Look at this. In the first one, Russell states, he says. In the second one, the first one, he simply, lists one after the other. In the second one, he is again synthesizing. Look at this. Echoing Russell's truism that the intelligent are full of doubt, Fascino and others argue that without this doubt, academic study would allow biased, prejudiced, and illogical texts to not be scrutinized properly. If you look at the first one, Russell's idea is there, Fascino's idea is there. They are not synthesized, they are not combined. In the second one, the author observed similarity between, or what is it, echoing Russell's truism that the intelligent are full of doubt. Fascino argues. So he found that Fascino's argument, Fascino's idea, Fascion's idea, Russell's idea are not very different. So he has combined them. This is what is called synthesis. Okay, and he is building, he is developing, he is strengthening the claim he has made. So Russell's truism is this. Okay, Fasano argues that without this doubt, academic study would allow biased, prejudice, and illogical texts not to be scrutinized properly. Now, look at the next one. Although the saying attributed to Orwell that during times of universal deceit, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act may be a little too political for the academic context. The idea is still a strong one. Look at this. This is again, okay, he has been able to use this idea to support the claim he has made. But such an attempt is not made in the first one. Do you see the difference between the first and second now? Do you understand what we mean by critical thinking? Our ability to analyze, our ability to synthesize is what is to be demonstrated in our writing of the argument. This is what is done in this example. Is this clear? Okay. So these are the, we need to keep in mind 3 C's of critical thinking skills. 1, do not be afraid of questioning what experts and scholars have written about a particular topic. They don't have to be always right. So challenge. The second, consider, reflect on what you read, identify what your position is. Then as the second text we have seen there in part B, good academic writing is analytical rather than just descriptive. It says why and how, not just what, when and where. Then combine. Having read a range of sources, you need to synthesize your ideas. So good academic writing analyzes the issues from all angles and is based on a wide range of evidences and sources. These are the 3 C's that we need to keep in mind. Okay, we can have this method followed, Socratic method to develop critical thinking skills. What is it? Read statement and assume that it is false. All foreign students have poor critical thinking skills. This is the statement that you wrote. Then question. Okay, search for situations in which this statement is not true or where exceptions exist. There are many thousands of overseas students in universities of this kind who every year graduate with excellent degrees. If they all had poor critical thinking skills, this could not happen. So this is not strengthening the argument claim. If any such situation can be found, the statement must be either false or inaccurate. So therefore this statement is inaccurate because we find one instance there. Thus the statement is false and could be challenged in an essay. So Soughton's assertion lacks evidence here. So Soughton's claim is false. The claim all foreign students have poor critical thinking skills is the claim. This claim is not true because we have exceptions to this. Okay, so your reaction can be modified in 2 ways. Okay, expanding your objection, you might criticize the evidence or methodology which the author used, or you might present counter evidence which strengthens your opposition. In this case, Soughton's study not only focused on small sample but also used ambiguous questions. The data gathered do not support Soughton's conclusions. The high number of foreign students at UK universities demonstrate the weakness of Soughton's argument. Then you can offer a concession. You might try to explain the reason why the writer came to a wrong decision. So in this case, although many students come from countries where critical thinking is not valued as highly as in the UK, Soughton's conclusions are still too extreme is one possible way of improving your claim possibly. Okay, so look at this. How do we improve it? This is too direct, too general. All foreign students have poor critical. So it's a sweeping statement, what we call. Suppose you say some foreign students have poor critical thinking skills. This may be true, but still it is not very clear. So you could improve it. foreign students who come from countries with a different academic culture have poor critical thinking skills. This part is better, but it could still be improved. So something like this. There is a tendency for foreign students who come from countries with a different academic culture to have poor critical thinking skills. This is how one can always refine one's claim depending on the kind of evidence that one has. So this is one of the methods. Socratic method can be used for refining your claims. Now this idea of maintaining integrity in research though begins right from the proposal stage. Even in the proposal stage, you're expected to write the relevant review of literature. So therefore, when writing review of literature, we need to again adhere to the ethical standards where we do not copy from others, or we self-cite unnecessarily, or we what we call manipulate, meaning you cite somebody but you give the author's name wrong or the date wrong or whatever. So such things we can avoid. By doing that, we can possibly move towards maintaining what we call research integrity. So especially when we write literature review, many of us find it difficult to incorporate references into a coherent review. So therefore, it's important to consider whether to report on the many references, focus on the author of the research on their ideas, or be critical of your own sources. So these are some of the things that one has to keep in mind. So especially when you report in literature review, we use 3 strategies in fact for reporting literature review. One, you could paraphrase others' ideas, you could summarize, or you could quote. There is a subtle distinction between paraphrase and summary. Paraphrasing, anybody who could distinguish paraphrase from summary? Anybody who could distinguish a paraphrase from summary? Are you all there?
Sir, paraphrased means you write something from the author or viewer in your words, but summarizing it like critical thinking. You maybe negate it, or you maybe accept it, or maybe something. I think.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay, let me make it clear. Paraphrasing is something in which you include all the details of the original text. Therefore, the length of the original text, the length of your paraphrase, are probably one and the same. In fact, sometimes more as well, paraphrase. You write everything that is there in the original text in your own words. Including details. You don't remove the details from the paraphrase. All right. When it comes to summarizing, you remove all the details of the original text. You retain only the essence, the main points. Right? So paraphrasing allows you to bring the details of the original text. Summarizing allows you to retain only the essence of the original text. This is the distinction that we can see between paraphrase and summarizing. Then when do we use paraphrasing as a strategy? When do we use summarizing as a strategy? When do we use quoting as a strategy? People say, in fact, I also believe this, that we should avoid as much as we can. Okay, quoting, we should avoid as much as we can. That is one important point that one has to keep in mind. Then when do we paraphrase? When your argument, when your claim, when your argument requires the details of the original text, then you go for paraphrase as a strategy. Suppose your argument needs only the main points of the original text, then you go for summarizing. These are the three strategies that we use when reporting ideas from other research, from other sources. Okay, when we do this, we also need to appropriately cite. Okay, so what are the functions of citations? You know, these are different functions. One, you may give credit to, that will help you give credit to others whom you are citing in your research, whom you are using, whose ideas you are using in your research. It also gives you and your work certain kind of credibility, because you are using certain kind of authority in the field to support your own claim. And it also helps us to show how our work is related to previous work. It also helps readers find further information when they want to check their own, when they want to check and know more about the work cited in our own research. These are some of the functions of citations. We have at least three kinds of citation. We have author prominent citation, we have information prominent citation, we have weak author prominent citation. So we will come to these things as we go along. So what is information prominent citation? If you put the author's name at the end of the sentence, make the idea the focus of the sentence, then it becomes information prominent citation. This is an example of information prominent citation where you find the author's name at the end. Okay, so this is an example of information prominent citation. Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you come to author prominent citation, you put the author's name in the beginning. Okay, and therefore you make the author the focus of the sentence, and put the main idea or the idea of the let's say argument at the end of the sentence or after the author's name. This is what we call author prominent citation. This is one. These are some of the examples of author prominent citations. All right. Now look at this. Do you observe any differences in the text below? Spend some time on this. Have you gone through?
Yes.
So what are the observations you made?
So there are different types of citation as you mentioned, but one thing I point out that the first three even pointing out the shrinking markets, but there is no supporting citation. But fourth is clearly mentioned shrinking market in wool industry. As first three I gone through, the Smith 2000 only says about wool industry, but our starting line is shrinking market, means all market. But fourth one clearly says this wool industry. So I think fourth one is more appropriate.
Okay. Okay. So the idea of this task is this actually to make you understand how different types of citations are used in writing our research papers, especially the first one, as you know, because the author's name is at the end of the sentence, you may call it information prominent citation. Yes or no?
Yes.
So where you have the first sentence is shrinking markets are also evident in other areas. The wool industry is experiencing difficulties related to falling demand since the development of high quality synthetic fibers. That is, so the idea is put in the beginning and the author's name at the end. Therefore, information prominent citation. Look at the second one. As Smith pointed out, the wool industry is experiencing difficulties related to. This is not author information prominent citation. This is author prominent citation. Right? Second one is author prominent citation. What is the difference that you observe between second and third? What difference do you observe between second and third?
Sir,
Two
hello?
citations.
Yes. Go ahead, please. Come on.
So there are two citations. The third parameter.
Okay, there are two citations. That's it. Anything else?
Third one has two citations, but it's a contradictory citation. First, Smith is like demand side, and Jones et al. Is from supply sides. So
Yes.
it is like contradictory.
Good. So in the second one, you find only one view. You are citing only one person. Okay, and the kind of reporting verb used there, pointed out, as Smith pointed out, meaning you are agreeing, okay, with the author, with Smith, in fact. But if you look at the third one, you look at this, Smith argued. You are not saying Smith pointed out. When you say Smith argued, you don't have to agree. You are not showing your agreement with the Smith's idea. Okay, which again, interestingly, this is what is called synthesis. You are combining, you are synthesizing two source texts and trying to say to the reader that this is not okay. This is not the only truth. There is also another truth. What is given here? Wool industry was experiencing difficulties related to falling demand worldwide. That is one. That is according to Smith. But there is also somebody called Jones who says that industry difficulties were more related to quality of supply than to demand issues. So there is disagreement between the two. So he is presenting the disagreement here. Okay. Now, if you look at the fourth one, what does fourth one do? See, the second one also includes author prominent citation. Third one also includes author prominent citation. First one includes information prominent citation. But the last one, look at this. Several authors have reported that the wool industry is experiencing difficulties related to falling demand since the development of high quality synthetic fibers. This is important for us. This is what we call weak author prominent citation. This is called weak author prominent citation. Okay, this is the third type. We have information prominence, we have author prominent, then we have third one, weak author prominent citation. What is weak author prominent citation? You make a general statement in the beginning and put all the author's name at the end of the sentence. This is called weak author prominent citation. Is this fine? Hello, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if this is clear, then we will actually look at actual literature review to understand the kind of rigor, the kind of effort, the kind of care, the kind of, let's say, methodicity that we have to follow when writing literature review, which will help us align or which will help us comply with the, let's say, ethical standards. We will look at that maybe after the break. We have time for break. It's time for break.
Hello.
Yes, is it time
Hello.
for break?
Sir, can I ask a question regarding the fourth one?
Sure, sure.
Sir, why is it weak citation? Because I have seen in many presentation, people show this to show their hard work.
Yes.
So,
Correct. No, actually, what I'm trying to say, we have three types of citations. One is author prominent citation, where author's name comes first. Then information prominent citation, where author's name comes at the end of the sentence. If you put all the author's name at the end by making a general statement like several authors have reported, that is called weak author prominent citation. By saying weak author prominent citation, I am not telling you that is less or that is inferior. No, I'm not saying that. That is a kind of citation. That is one type of citation.
okay, sir.
That's the idea. Okay. So is it time for break?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can take break, Gusty. 3:45. You'll be back.
Okay, madam. Right.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
If all of you are back, please check the link that I shared here with you.
Okay, sir.
That has a text actually, which we are going to look at now in certain detail. Please let me know if you are able to open it.
Yes, sir. Able to open.
Okay, that's good.
Share again because I had left.
I didn't get you. Can you repeat? What did you say?
Please share the link again. I didn't get the link.
It is there. It is there in the chat box.
Actually, sir, I had left now. So
In group also.
Oh, you need. Yeah. I'm putting it again. Now check it. Have you got it? Have you got it now?
yes, sir, I have got in the WhatsApp group.
Oh, in the WhatsApp group. Okay. Even here also it is there in the chat box. Shall we begin or shall we wait for some more time?
You can start, Justy, you can start.
Okay, madam. Yeah, that's fine. So what we are going to do now is to understand the kind of meticulous plan that goes into the planning of your report and writing of the report as well. And what kind of skills are required and how can we demonstrate the rigor in the way we write our report, which will in turn help us comply with the ethical standards. That is the objective. So for which we are going to look at the text that I share. We're going to examine the processes involved in this. All right. So let me share that with you. Already I shared. I'm showing here again for everybody in case you have some problem there. Right. This is the text that I shared with you.
Yes, sir. I have.
Yes. Okay. So you all know that when writing research reports, we have certain kind of plan, and this is something that all of us know. In fact, there is nothing new here, but it's good if we can look at these things in certain detail. Generally, when you look at the introduction to a research report, you find 5 stages in them. Okay, stage 1 is where you provide background to the study. Stage 2 is where you review the previous research. Stage 3 is where you identify the need for more investigation. Stage 4, you indicate the purpose of the study. Stage 5, you talk about the value of the study. These are the 5 stages that we get to see in introduction to a research report. Okay, so my objective here is to not to focus on the background to the study, the first stage, but the rest of the stages where our, let us say, rigor, our care that has gone into the study will get reflected in the writing, which in turn will help the reader understand how credible the paper is, how reliable the paper is, how let's say ethically strong this paper is. One can understand from the way we write. Okay, so in order to demonstrate that, we are looking at this example. So let us look at this example. So before that, it's kind of good if we spend, though that's not the focus, if we spend a few minutes on the idea of argumentation, because this is what is expected in research writing when you send it for publication. What is argumentation? What is argument? I have mentioned this earlier as well, a few minutes ago. Argument in research writing has generally three elements. What are the three elements? One, claim. Claim is also known as position statement, or you may call it a perspective, you may call it an opinion, you may call it a view as well. So in an argument, you have a claim, then you have evidence to support the claim, then you have warrant, which will connect the evidence to the claim made. These are the three elements that we get to see in an argument in general research writing, though sometimes you might find many more other aspects, but I am not going to deal with them right now. Okay, let us understand that these three elements are there for argumentation. All right, so in research writing, especially when it comes to introduction to research writing, in the introduction you don't find argument in the background to the study. So introduction will have background to the study. Introduction will have the review of literature. If it is a research paper, I'm talking about research paper. Okay. Then you indicate the research gap, you state the purpose of the study, then you talk about the value of the study. This is how generally research introductions are written. So when you are talking about, when you are providing background to the study, generally you don't have argument, because you simply state facts. When you simply state facts, you have no room for argumentation. Okay, so now look at stage one here. Look at stage one here. Spend a minute on reading that part, that stage, and tell me what is happening here in this. Generally, when you provide background to the study, you generally include three elements when developing the background. What are the first? You you enter the topic of research by, let's say, scratching the surface of the research, which means very, very broad in nature. Then you narrow it down a little further. Then you specify the topic of research. So which we can compare. Okay, we can use a good metaphor for this. You may call these three things. You may have universe, which is very, very broad. Galaxy, a little narrowed down. Star, there are several galaxies. You are interested in one of the galaxies. Okay, there are several stars in a galaxy. You are not interested in all of the stars. You are interested in one of the stars. So therefore, in the background to the introduction, you indicate very broad field of your research. Is what we call universe. Then you narrow it down to certain area of research, that is galaxy. Then within that area, you might choose one of the topics, one of the ideas, which is what is called star. So this is how you can identify your, let's say you can find these elements in background to the study. So you look at stage one and tell me whether you find these three things there. What are they? Am I clear to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Shall we discuss?
Okay.
Okay, if you look at stage 1 carefully, so what are the three elements of this background? Can you identify?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. In the first stage, he's talking about computer US experience in the respect of computer in general. Then he's talking about computers and its expanding capabilities. And then he's again starting the whole topic with respect to schools and microcomputers.
Okay. So you have, if you look at this carefully, you have a good narrowing down of the topic. First, the author is talking about computers in general, integration of computers in general in the US society. Then in the second sentence, he is talking about microcomputers, right? In the second sentence, they are small, they are not expensive, okay, they have great capabilities, available for several uses. This is what is given there. So they are small micro. So from computer to microcomputer, computer is universe, microcomputer is galaxy. Then what is the star? Microcomputers being used in a specific context called, okay, directed learning programs, especially in schools. Schools using microcomputers for educational purposes is the specific topic of the research. This is how background to the study is given. Since it is all this is factual in nature, is there any claim in this paragraph? Do you
No,
find
sir.
the author? Yeah. Therefore, stage 1, which is background to the study, is mere description, mere facts. Therefore, it does not have an argument. Okay, there is no argument in background to the study. Now, coming to the second stage, please read stage 2 and stage 3 and 4. Take a look at the entire text once. Maybe spend 2-3 minutes on reading the entire thing, then we shall take up discussion. If you have gone through all the text, probably we can discuss. Are you finished reading it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Shall we discuss?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let us look at stage 2. What is stage 2?
It is the
What is
literature,
stage?
sir.
Review of literature. Good. Review of literature. Good. So, how many source texts do you find in this?
4.
Are you sure? How many source texts do you find in this review?
4 sources, sir.
Are you
Sir,
sure?
8. 4 in the first paragraph and 4
Okay.
in the
Second
Okay.
stage,
Probably.
in second stage, four sources.
Are you sure?
No, 4 now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Sir,
8
around
sources.
9, sir.
9. Okay. 9 is what you find, right? Not 8.
10. CAI is also a source.
CAI is not a source, right? That is an abbreviation for computer assisted instruction. Right? So let us count. Okay, number 1, Gupser. Number 2, Hinton. Number 3, Smith. Number 4, Foster and Clean. Number 5, Hickey. Number 6, Honeycutt. Number 7, Ellis. Number 8, Caldwell.
Last
Number
will
9, Folger.
9
Right?
sources.
9 source texts are there. Good. 9 source texts are cited by the author. That means the author has brought ideas from 9 source texts and he has cited these people's work in this. Good. Now the question is, how did he arrive at these 9 source texts only? Were they available just like that for him? What is the process, okay, that the author would have undergone for him to be able to get all these 9 source texts here? Is my question clear?
Sir, the author must have.
Yes.
Can you repeat the question once again?
Yeah, the question was, the author had cited 9 source texts here. Were these 9 source texts available out there for him to just take it from there? Or what kind of process or what kind of, let's say, effort the author would have put in for getting these source texts here into this text?
So the author
Won't be
had
able
to.
to. Please continue.
Okay. So I wanted to say that the author must have searched on the broad area of the use of microcomputers. Then he must have, he had to find out what kind of works have been done in those areas, like who are the people who have worked in that particular area, and whether what kind of research has been done in that particular area. So from broadly he must have found, and then he must have narrowed down, and then found that these particular works are relevant to his area, and then the review must have been done.
Good, good. Which means he did not look at only these 9 source texts alone. He must have read more than 9 source texts. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
more than that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, more than 9 source texts. So the point here is, so how he would have gone through those texts, probably abstract to begin with. Then he must have gone through each paper once. Maybe he would have collected 50 papers. Then, okay, identified 20 being most relevant. Then again, he read them again. Then found only 10 of them or 9 of them most relevant. All those decisions he has made, or she has made. After the decisions are made, after this decision is made that these 9 source texts alone are most relevant for this context, the author would have read these 9 source texts again thoroughly. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if we were to do this sort of thing ourselves, yes, if we have to do good, yeah, if we have to do this sort of thing ourselves, how do we do it? What we do is this: we read these 9 source texts like this. First, we create what we call a synthesis grid. What is synthesis grid? Synthesis grid is a grid in which you find 5 or 6 columns. Column 1, the title of the paper and the author's name and all those things, the bibliographic details of the paper. 2, the purpose of the paper. 3, the methodology of the paper. 4th, major findings of the paper. 5th, major implications of the paper. 6th, your overall comment on the paper. This is how you create a grid. Then you start reading each paper. You read paper 1, you record your observations on that paper in the grid. Right? This is what I mean by rigor. Okay, that should go into research writing. Then you read second paper, you record your observations and you record your comment. Okay, and then in the comment section you might say, how is paper 1 related to paper 2? You mentioned that. Then third, then fourth, it goes on. You read all the 9 papers, and all the 9 papers now are visible to you at one go, at one place. You can see all of them at one place in the grid. By putting the information from all these 9 source texts in one grid, what is the advantage? What is the advantage of creating a synthesis grid? Anybody?
So can you repeat the question?
What is the advantage of creating synthesis grid?
Sir, we can find
Sir,
the similarities and differences at once.
Excellent. Excellent. So it would not have been possible for us if we have not created the synthesis grid. It's difficult to remember all of them, right? Therefore, since you have created the synthesis grid, you can see all the 9 papers at once in the grid. So when you look at all the 9 papers at once, you can observe patterns and trends in the grid, which will help you to understand the similarities and differences between the papers. Why should you observe similarities and differences in the paper? By observing similarities and differences in the paper, by observing patterns or trends or themes in the paper, you will be able to come up with your own perspective, right? You can develop arguments. You can come up with your own claims. You can, what we call, you can actually impose an order of your own. You can create, okay, a big picture. You can come up with a big picture. You can actually form a big picture of the 9 source text. You understand what I say? Now, answer my question. What is the big picture of the author of these 9 source texts? Can somebody tell me? What is the big picture of the author of this 9 source text? Is my question clear? If not, you let me know. Are you all there? Can you
Yes, sir.
understand? So what is my question clear? What big picture has the author imposed on these 9 source texts? Or to put it in a different way, how many patterns, how many themes, how many trends did the author identify in these 9 source texts?
Sir,
Major
hello.
patterns.
5.
Yes.
Sir, 5.
Major patterns.
First
Major.
author. First author indicates increase in the number of uses of computer. Third indicates type of computers. Fourth indicates uses of computers, matlab type of uses of computers. And in the next paragraph, we have two sets of first Hickey and Honeycutt indicates superior results, while others indicates no significant effect.
Okay. Good. So my question is, how many major patterns the author has identified? How many major patterns? That means how many, let's say, groups did the author, or how many groups did the author classify these 9 source texts into?
Four. I said, sir, 4. One is first group is
No, I'm talking
uses
about
in
major.
school.
Major. I'm talking about major.
So there are two
Macro.
two patterns.
Okay.
In the first pattern, the authors had talked about the increasing use of microcomputers in different scenarios, and in the second paragraph, the second pattern is talking about its effect, whether it's positive or negative or none.
Good. Good. So you have two, that means the author has identified two major patterns in the 9 source texts. That means he has classified the 9 source texts into two categories. Category 1 is talking about the important role of computers in education. Pattern 2 is the findings of the studies are mixed. These are the two patterns he has observed majorly, right? Are you all there with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, good. Now, so these two patterns that he has observed have become two claims. Claim 1, pattern 1. Claim 2, pattern 2. Sorry, pattern 2. So, as I mentioned earlier, argument, do you find argument in this literature review? How many arguments do you find in this literature? How many claims do you find in this literature review? I have already answered this question.
Sir,
How
two
many
arguments.
Good, two arguments. Therefore, two claims.
Yes, sir.
There are two arguments, therefore there are two claims.
Yes, sir.
So, claim 1, pattern 1, claim 2, pattern 2. Claim 1 makes one argument, claim 2 makes another argument. There are two arguments altogether here. So, once you make the claim, What are we supposed to do? Can claim itself become an argument?
No, sir. It needs some
It needs
supports
support. It needs support. Good. Where does the support come from?
from various articles.
From the previous research. Good. From the previous research. Good. So we have the author. We have already read the previous research. We have already let's say created the synthesis grid. We have observed the patterns. So all that is there. Now we are bringing the relevant evidence to support the claim made. What is claim 1? What is claim 1 here? The very first sentence of the first paragraph.
The
Microcomputer will have an important role. It has an important role in education.
Yes, that is the claim 1. Look at claim 1 carefully. There are two parts to the claim. One, most individuals seem to agree. That is one part. That the computer will continue to hold an important role in education is another one. The first part is giving away the author's attitude. The second part is giving away the propositional meaning, the content, the meaning, the actual idea. The actual idea is coming in the second part. The author's attitude, author's view is coming in the first part of the sentence. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are the words? One, most is one word, seem is another word. These are the two things which are giving away the author's attitude towards the idea that is presented in the rest of the sentence. Is this clear? Are you all with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Good. Now, having made this claim, now we are presenting the support. We are bringing the relevant support. We are bringing the relevant evidence, in fact. How many pieces of evidence are brought here to
9.
support this claim? To support claim 1, how many pieces of evidence are brought?
4.
4. Okay. So how many categories did the author observe in these 4 sources, 4 pieces of evidence? Which means, again, the
3.
author has classified, good, excellent. The author has classified 4 sources or 4 pieces of evidence, 4 pieces of evidence into 3 categories again. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So again, when okay, he has observed 3 categories, then what is the logic? Why do you think the author has sequenced these 3 pieces of sequenced these 3 pieces of evidence, 3 pieces of evidence, okay, in the way he has sequenced them here? Is my question clear? Why do you think the author has put these 3 pieces of evidence in this order? Why not the other way?
So he is moving from general to specific. First, a general information that there's a phenomenal increase, and then the specific information about the 3 types, and then 4 uses.
Excellent. Good. So there is a logic here. So he is moving from general to specific. First, as you Shajia Hasnain, right? I'm sorry if my pronunciation is not correct. Okay. Shajia Hasnain says, okay, we are moving from general to specific. In the first instance, we are talking about the increase of computers in schools and home. In the second one, we are talking about types of microcomputer used in classrooms. Yes. In the third one, we are talking about uses of microcomputers in a specific, okay, vocational agricultural context. So there is a movement from general to specific, very high, okay, very broad, little narrowed, and okay, narrow highest, okay, to a narrow to a great extent possible, to the great extent possible. So that is what you find, okay, the order in which these three pieces of evidence are put together. Is this clear? So you have three pieces of evidence to support claim 1. Therefore, this qualifies to be an argument. Okay, you have claim, you have evidence. Both of them can make an argument. Is this clear? Are you all there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then answer my question. Why do you think every sentence in argument 1 after the claim begins with author's name?
Sir, can you repeat the question?
My question was, why do you think every sentence in argument 1 after claim 1 begins with author's name?
As first line mentioned, most individuals, so it give more importance to individuals. That's why.
Good, excellent. So you have the first sentence determining the beginnings of the rest of the sentence. Who these most individuals are is unfolded in rest of the sentences, okay, by okay putting their names in the beginning of the sentence. Is this clear? Is this clear? Every sentence begins with author's name because the very first sentence, the claim, begins with most individuals. Who these most individuals we do not know, right? So these most individuals become known to us. We come to understand who those are in the rest of the sentences. So every sentence begins with the name to okay answer or to relate to the first sentence of the argument 1. Is this fine? Another important point that we need to understand here is whenever we communicate, the kind of language we use, the kind of sentences that we use, every sentence has three meanings at the same time. What are the three meanings? We okay communicate our experience of the world, first one, in a given sentence. We also communicate to the reader not just our experience of the world, but our attitude, okay, towards that experience of the world. We communicate our experience of the world. That is one. Second, we also communicate our attitude towards that experience of the world, whether we like, we don't like. Okay. Then we also do the third one. Okay. We we may use okay certain way of we might put that entire these two meanings in certain order in our own way. We can organize these two meanings okay in the way that suits our purpose. Okay, these are the three meanings that we generally communicate here. If you look at the first sentence here, the first sentence, as I mentioned earlier, The first part is giving away the attitude of the author. The second part is giving away the idea of the text, the idea of the argument, in fact. So the two meanings are combined, two meanings are communicated here. These two meanings are communicated by putting the most individuals first. So this is how we communicate whenever we participate in communication. Now, having understood argumentation in the first argument, look at the second argument. So second argument also has claim. The claim is that findings have been mixed. Since the findings are mixed, you have some negative findings, some positive findings. So you have two. So how many? So again, he has organized. The author has organized the source. How many? Let's say source text has he brought here to support the claim? How many source texts has the author brought to support the claim? And second one, in second argument, 5. So how many categories has he put these 5 source texts into?
2.
2 categories, very obvious. Good. So first 2, I think. The first 2, okay, superior results. The next 3, the inferior results or whatever. Okay, you have, that's how it has come. So the argument is there. Now, having reviewed the previous research and having made the arguments by observing patterns in the reading that we have made of the previous research, we are now in a position to identify the gap, right? So what is the gap identified here? That is what is stage 3. Stage 3, what are they doing? They are indicating the research gap. How are they indicating? There is language here. Although much work has been to date, more studies need to be conducted. This is how the gap is indicated. What are they trying to say here? They are not dismissing the work done before. Are they dismissing? They are not dismissing. They are acknowledging that the work was done before also. But that work is not enough. More work, more studies, more research needs to be carried out. That is how the gap in the study is indicated. Once the gap is indicated, then we state the purpose of the study. Please understand, the purpose of the study is important for us. Why is it important? It is important because for this purpose of the study, the entire study gets conducted. You carry out the study to find an answer to your research question or your objective or your hypothesis, right? So, which means the purpose of your study can be a research question, can be an objective, can be a hypothesis. Now, can you tell me what kind of purpose is given here? Does this study have a research question? Does the study have an objective? Does this study have a research hypothesis? Can you tell me?
Hypothesis, sir. Thesis.
Are you sure? How? How is this a hypothesis? The purpose statement given here, does it include a hypothesis? Does it include an objective? Does it include a research question?
Sir, is it an objective? It is indicating the objective of the study.
Does this purpose statement have objective? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what makes you say that?
Because the objective is like to study the effect of using the two different kinds of techniques in teaching. So this is like the statement over here is more towards the objective part. It's not hypothetical over here. We are not.
Good, good. So you have an objective. There is no research question. There is no hypothesis. Suppose you have a hypothesis. How would it be? It will be like this. The study hypothesizes that, or the study assumes that variable 1 has an effect on variable B. The study assumes that variable 1 would have an effect on variable B. This is hypothesis. Research question, how does it look like? The purpose of this study was to examine whether variable 1 has an effect on variable B, variable 2. This is a research question. Or you could also have another kind of question. The purpose of this study was, okay, to find out, okay, how variable 1 would impact variable B or variable 2. Was to investigate, like that you can have. Okay, so your research questions generally, whether you will find whether, the word whether, if you have, that is an example of research question. If we have a statement there without to, like I said, the study believes that, okay, walking every day in the morning would reduce the possibility of cardiac arrest. This is an example of hypothesis. Okay, and objective is something that can be stated like the one that is given here. Is this clear to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now important point here is in literature review we have developed the argument by having made the claims and having let's say, how did we make the claim there? Having formed the big picture of the previous research, we were able to, okay, come up with the claims, and we were able to develop these claims into arguments by borrowing the evidence from other people's ideas, the previous research. So argument in literature review is developed based on the work done by others. Now, when it comes to your purpose of the study, the purpose of the study is made, okay, based on the previous research, by having identified the gap, and then by filling the gap we have made the purpose statement. Now, important point here is purpose of the study is the claim of the study. It's important for us. The purpose of the study is the overall claim of the entire study. Are you able to follow me? The purpose of the study is the overall claim of the entire study, for which we do not have evidence to support. Do we have? We don't have evidence to support. Since we do not have evidence to support, what are we doing? We are designing our study. We are executing our study. We are collecting data. We are analyzing data. Then we gather the evidence from our study. This gathered evidence is what becomes the evidence for the overall claim made in the introduction purpose of the study. So, in the introduction to the study, when you make the write the purpose of the study, you only write the claim of the overall study, claim of the entire study. You only make the claim there. Okay, general claim of the study, overall claim of the study. The argument for this claim develops not here. The argument for this claim develops in the discussion section. Is this clear? That's the beauty here. You only make the claim, but since you do not have the evidence, you carry out the study, okay, which will give you the evidence to support the claim made here, which you will develop as an argument in the discussion section. The actual argument of the study gets developed in the discussion section, not in the introduction. Is this clear? Any questions on this? Hello.
Sir.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Is this clear to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So we have made the claim of the entire study in the form of a purpose of the study. Now, after this, what do? We talk about the value of the study. What kind of value does my study have to the field? We can have two kinds of values. We can have practical value. We can have theoretical value. What is practical value? How useful my study is for the practitioners of the discipline. How valuable is my study for the theory. Okay, these are the two kinds of values that we generally indicate or talk about in introduction. All right. So the point I was trying to drive home is that in the introduction, in the literature review, you develop the argument, but this argument is developed based on the other's work. Okay, the argument in the discussion section is developed based on the evidence that is gathered within the study, the purpose of which is made in the introduction as the major claim or overall claim of the entire study, which will get developed as argument in the discussion section. This is how argumentation happens in the introduction and discussion section. Any questions on the session? If you are welcome to ask me now. I'm pausing here. perhaps to, if you have any questions, we can take them up for discussion. Now time for your questions.
I think they don't have any question, Justy. Okay, we'll end up now.
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Ma'am, can I ask a question?
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Somebody
Sir,
has a question.
yes, sir. Sir, I just wanted you to just highlight on this point, theoretical implications and practical implications. Like, I can understand the difference, but with an example, just can you just tell me, like, when we are writing in the thesis or in a paper, how to differentiate so that, it doesn't overlap?
Okay. Generally, what we do is practical implications will be like this. My study, the findings of the study, the findings of the study have implications for, let's say, teachers have implications for teachers, or have implications for pedagogy in general. Okay, for classroom use, that is practical implication. If it is theoretical implication, you may say the findings of my study, okay, have implications for theory building, or the findings of my study add strength to the hypothesis generated by somebody else in the previous research. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, Justy. Thanks a lot for giving such an elaborate, such an useful lecture to all of us. So, because publication, it is very much needed. So they have to clarify their doubts. I think they have understood your lecture. So that will be very useful for them also. So thank you on behalf of myself as well as on behalf of UGC-HRDC. I once again thank you for sharing your valuable views with all of us. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Participants tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Okay, madam.
Okay,
madam. Okay, madam. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam.
Can we leave?